All right, hello and welcome everybody to the OFSEA High School League of Legends Provincial Championships. Nice change of pace here. We got some awesome matches up, an entire day's worth of action here, and definitely going to be looking forward to it. My name's Dan Banner, also known as Mr. Danners, joined alongside Kaylee Jappy here for this first game. Are you excited for this one?
I am beyond excited because we're finally getting high schools involved in the esports industry, and it makes my heart all warm and toasty for everything that we're gonna see today. So far, we actually already started with the pro draft phase. We have two different schools here. Two different teams. We have the Falcons, and then we have the HTTT1 teams. So for the bands for the Falcons, we have Akshan, Zeri, and Sejuani. Some good picks. They are pretty good in the meta still. And then for the HTT1 side, we have Kled, Vayne, and Hecarim.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting mix here, of course.
Yes.
HTTT1, first off, I like the play on the SKT1
I love it as well.
From the professional side of things. Meanwhile, they're on the Falcons. I mean, we haven't quite seen it just yet, but both these teams, their logo game's been on point. So
oh, yeah. Their logos are fantastic. I love them so much.
It's interesting to say the least. Now, of course, HTTT1, they're out of Holy Trinity. Meanwhile, the side of the Falcons is out of Toronto District, Toronto Catholic, or
I
Christian?
believe
Toronto
so.
Christian, that's
yes.
what it is. So, getting started off, and there we go. This is one thing I was going to be really excited about for the high school side of things, because we do not necessarily get to stick to meta picks. A lot of times, a lot of the players here, like, okay, you can try and practice a meta comp, but what about that composition that you've just been so used to running, like the kind of champions? And this does allow for some off picks. And Renata Glask, this is going to be the first time that I get to see this character in like tournament action, which is interesting.
I can't remember how long ago she was allowed back in the leagues, but I'm really, really excited to see it. That's a really good point to make, though, because normally with the college and varsity teams that we do have, we always go by the meta. Strongest picks equal easier wins, in all honesty.
Yeah, like the top 20 like best characters this time. It's usually a mixed match between those, right?
Exactly. So I'm ecstatic to see everything today. So for the Falcon side, we have Ari, Lucian, and Nami. Lucian and Nami, it's like one of the most broken bot lanes right now. It's so it's insane the amount of damage you can do with just Nami bringing electrocute, her putting her what's it called? The enhanced auto attacks onto Lucian, and he just goes in and you get one shot.
But even in collegiate, like honestly, right now, looking at the way this draft is forming up, like HTT1 here is going off of what looks like a void theme.
Yes, I know.
If we were actually going to have like specific themed compositions, they are right on point there with the Rek'Sai, Cho'Gath, and the Renata Glask. But now, meanwhile, looking at the side of Falcons, we were talking about like you can stray away from the meta, but this feels like a very meta composition right now. Nami Lucian is just, like you said, such a fantastic pairing. Ari, extremely good spot right now for that character. So much damage while still being so safe.
I'm not sure if they nerfed her with the patch that literally came out 2 days ago, but they could have. And for HTTT1 side, maybe they're just playing some TFT. They saw the mutant buff this match, and that's what they want to go for.
Do you get the theme buff from TFT? Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
It actually looks like Falcons skipped out on a ban. We're not sure if that was a mistake or not.
That could also be a pro draft glitch too. So
yeah, we'll probably get some info on the last ban there. But they did end up banning Twitch, and then for HT they banned Kane and Camille, which honestly is very interesting. Seeing all the different bans and the different picks, it's really weird to me now. But I'm really excited. And then, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Holy Trinity going to break the Void theme. Are going to pick up the Ezreal this time by. Just very safe AD carry. And if they realize, oh no, I'm going up against Lucian Nami, okay, I need something that can get out of dodge if need be. So fair enough there. And now the Lilia pick come out here from the side of Toronto.
Lilia, I'm not too sure how... Lilia is that one weird champion that is a couple of champions are like this, where they are very strong right now, but nobody knows how to utilize it to its full potential. So I'm really interested to see how they play. And then we also have the Darius pick. Seeing Darius is a classic for St. Clair, so yes, I'm very excited. I'm sure Ricky, back at home, if he is watching, he's going to be very, very happy about that.
Absolutely.
And then we're just waiting on the last pick for HT. Do you got to have any guesses? Right now, it looks like they're picking their mid lane.
I'm trying to think. We need a mid lane. Can we get a Vel'Koz?
You mean a Malzahar?
Or Malzahar too. That can work.
Yeah.
Either, or just give us one of our other Void Darlings of sorts. Nope, we're just doing a Tryndamere.
Tryndamere.
Interesting. Okay, so compositions have been revealed. Now, if I were to make predictions based strictly off of the compositions at hand, it looks good for Falcons. However,
Yes.
it's an absolutely like open bag of worms here
It
today
is.
because of the unpredictability with these players.
Exactly. One thing that the cameras are finally on. I'm proud to be wearing my Jinx, but
There's no Jinx.
I know there's no Jinx, but at least she's here, like both on my shirt and in my heart. Okay.
Always, of course.
That's the only thing that matters. But yes, for the team comps, I do feel like Falcons do have the advantage right now. They have some very strong picks.
The Trin pick is Cat, by the way.
And it looks like
Okay. Or wait a second, Cass as in Cassiopeia or Cassadin? Okay, there we go. So the Tryndamere was just an instant panic lock-in, but they meant to do something else,
Hey,
and it was
sometimes
meant to be a Cassiopeia. So
yes.
not quite a Voidling, however, a crazy creature in her own right. Carry potential in that mid lane would be absolutely scary to deal with. So.
Oh yeah. Depending on who, going up against Ahri, that would definitely be interesting. You just have to make sure that the Ahri just has to make sure that she can use her ultimate dashes in the best way possible to avoid the Cassiopeia stun ultimate.
Right, because you can't necessarily turn around. Now, of course, those unaware, the big ability there for Cassiopeia being the petrifying gaze. Basically, think of Medusa. If you're staring at her, you will be frozen. You'll be turned into stone, basically.
Yeah.
However, turn your back, you're safe. However, if you're with Ahri being such a dash-oriented character, if you're dashing directly at her, instantly pop at the stone petrifying gaze, you have no way to dodge it. So like that can be very troublesome for the fellow mid laner.
Not to mention all the movement speed that Ahri has with, I believe it's on her W now. It is on her W now. So whenever Ahri does proc that, she is able to get a small bit of movement speed and run a little bit faster. So she might be able to just use that in order to dodge the ulti, but we don't know.
Dodge some puddles.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really excited to see what comes up. So you said you have your bets on Falcons this game.
Based strictly off of the composition that I see. However, the other thing about this tournament in general is it's all best of ones. So you can throw some like wrenches into the gears, so to speak. Try something crazy.
You can
get away with it. There's no time to adapt. You win. Because right now we're in the round robin stage, so we're going to be playing like 3 games this morning. Each team gets a bunch of games, of course, before we get into the playoff stage with the quarterfinals and whatnot. But if you're going to try something crazy, now's the time to do it.
Exactly. One thing that I will say about the HT team, though, is that they have a Cho'Gath. If that Cho'Gath gets enough stacks, and if he is able to get as much health as he does late game, then Falcons might be in for a little bit of trouble. Because taking down a very like a Cho'Gath when you're like 30, almost 40 minutes in, it's a pain.
However, the reverse can absolutely be true, though, if they just focus him down. Don't let him build those stacks. And for somebody who's supposed to be a main tank, they'll be just a tiny little voidling, like nothing that they can actually do, right?
Yeah, exactly. And another point that I wanted to make for the HT team, they also have Renata. So think of it this way. Lucian's probably going to get so fed to the point where he's just going to one-shot everybody. But the second Renata gets her ult, Nami's just going to go poof. There's not going to be a Nami anymore.
No, absolutely. Because if I recall correctly, it's like change of heart of sorts, right? Like you just kind of take them over, or how does that work?
So the way that Renata's ult works, it's a very wide, almost like a wave.
Okay.
And if any, so if someone hit both of us and me and you were allies, I just start attacking you. And me being the ADC main that I am.
That would hurt.
Yeah. If you're not a tank, that's the thing. With Renata, I feel like you mainly have to pick a tank into her. So then you can, if that does happen, you can survive. Where if you pick an enchanter like Nami, you have a very small chance of surviving it, depending on how fed your ADC is.
That will definitely be intriguing the longer this one goes on at post level 6 sections. Real quick, I do want to take a look and see some of the players themselves that we do actually have here in the game itself. They're, I'll give OFSEA credit. All the coaches, just giving us as much information on these players as possible. I know in the collegiate side of things, it feels like we're going in kind of blind sometimes with some of these players, and this time, not quite the case. So for the side of the Falcons, up on the top lane, we do have Callum, I'm Chris Holm, currently in 12th grade,
Yes.
and going to be interesting seeing what happens moving forward there, of course, from high school off to college or university, possibly. Then we have in the jungle, we have Please Quit. It's going to be Daniel Mann, also in grade 12, apparently loves sushi.
I love that username. Just please quit.
I mean, as we go through the rest of this team
Yeah,
here, this is like the 3 stages of grief of League of Legends. We have please quit the game, no happy game, please enjoy the game. It's like these are the 3 phases of my ranked solo queue life.
Yeah,
like, this is
literally it
hilarious.
is.
But speaking of, and then in the middle of all that, in the mid lane, we had Anthony Perella on the one trick of Aurelia. That being said, no Aurelia.
Nope.
Seen in this game this
Was
time.
it banned? No, it wasn't.
I don't think so. And then looking to move on for some for mathematics in U of T next year. So not only are they enjoying the esports side of things, but they have their focus towards their post-secondary education as well, which is nice to see. Then Yantel Han, that is going to be no happy game.
No happy game. Doesn't exist.
Has some interesting goals that I'm not quite going to share. But that being said, you have goals nonetheless.
Yes,
and
everybody does.
Please enjoy game. That's going to be Lazar Javonik. And he believes that Zed should be removed from the game.
See, okay.
How do you feel about that AD carry main?
See, I agree that with like my AD carry heart, okay? And even my mid laner heart, because my mid lane champions like are specifically just very squishy people like glass cannons. That's the best way to put it.
And then Zed just eats them.
Yeah, Zed just kind of looks at me and I'm already dead. That's how that goes. But I like Zed as a character. So.
Fair enough. An iconic one, of course.
Yes.
Like professional League of Legends and casting. One of the most, of course, iconic moments there with Doa calling the faker play and whatnot.
Yeah.
Do you happen to have the
TT1
side of things?
So for the HTT1 side of things, for the top laner, we have Slapping Toads. Again, love the
Slapping
username.
Toads.
Slapping
Let's go.
Toads. His name is oh my god, I have a friend named Jade Scott, sorry. Jack Scott. He is in grade 12, and he is the most selfless player.
I mean, as the top laner, you oftentimes do get kind of put on some tanks, and I mean,
you do.
It would make sense if he's the Cho'Gath in this situation.
Yep. And then for the jungle, we have Shrimperly, I believe is how you say
Shrimperly?
it. Yes, Shrimperly. Right. Eon Smith, also grade 12, no game sense, and former top 100 Rek'Sai NA. That's very interesting.
How those two things kind of combined is beyond me, but I mean, that's still awesome.
Rek'Sai is just a champion. Fun fact, she's the only champion who can go underground.
Right.
Technically.
And then she loses vision.
Yes. She loses vision, but she can see exactly where enemies are walking.
Right. Footsteps and something along those lines, right?
And then for the mid laner, another great username, we have Rocket Pig 20.
Rocket Pig. When pigs fly, finally.
Exactly. Martin Mizak?
Mizak, I believe you have it right. Yep.
He is grade 12. He can bench 250, squat 405, and deadlift 405. That was what he wanted to let the world know.
Well, then why isn't he playing the tank? My goodness.
And then there's also Professional Heroes of the Storm player. That's interesting.
Okay, as someone who I'm guilty, this is going to sound terrible. Heroes of the Storm is actually my favorite MOBA in terms of simplicity.
Yes. League is very
shoutouts to more people enjoying that game. Yeah. Underrated.
Then we also have our ADC whose user is Eugene and his name is Elijah Lee. He is in grade 9 and his thing that he wanted to say was that League is a bad game.
Oh no. Someone had a bad couple of solo queue games.
I agree with him, alright? It's not very good. But then finally for the support we have Ape646. His name is Grant Swain. He is in grade 11 and he said Akshan's funny and League of Legends is gross. Again, all the statements I agree with.
This love-hate relationship with League players, and I mean, I think if you stick around any game long enough, you'd start to see the negatives, and it kind of flourishes 100%. Out a little bit. But nonetheless, though, it is bringing people together and awesome competitive scenes and even just casual scenes as well.
Yeah.
But the other thing, just You mentioned liking Akshan. Akshan was instantly banned that game, so
Yeah.
maybe the other team, the Falcons here, had a inkling that might have been the case.
Maybe just a little bit. Maybe he plays a lot of it. Maybe he's like me and already has 1 million points on him.
That's very, very possible.
Who
Absolutely.
knows? We weren't able to see any of the OP or majority of the OP.GG if I can talk, but we are still, regardless, very excited for this gameplay. From what I've heard, it's a little bit lower ranked than what we normally see in varsity, but nonetheless, we're in for some great content today. We're very, very excited, and I can't wait. I'm like shaking because I'm so excited.
Oh yeah, and then honestly, I find the various gaps that we have, because it's not like one team is just like full of like say lower solo queue ranked players. It's oftentimes scenarios where you'll have maybe a couple silvers, a couple golds, and then you have that one plat player. So it's like, okay, everyone's like looking to that player for guidance.
Yeah.
And, like they're learning off of each other. And then of course solo queue versus actual team play, still a very different dynamic in its own right. So like sure, when we were looking at the OPGGs and whatnot a little bit earlier, it did seem lower. But that being said, I still expect fireworks today.
Oh yeah, nonetheless, there's gonna be fireworks, especially with the teams that we just saw, like who they're playing and all. There's gonna be a ton of fireworks.
If anything, the lower the ranks tend to go, the more fireworks end up actually happening, right? Because how many times have we seen like, oh, this is supposed to be top level League of Legends, and it just everybody's sitting in lane being way too safe. It's like, no, we want action.
Exactly.
We're gonna get it today.
There's so many times where I'm casting League and I'm like, okay, it's been 10 minutes. So why hasn't there been a kill yet? I want to kill. Come on, like let's go, boys.
Okay, so of course it would not be a true Riot broadcast.
Yes.
If we did not get disconnected off the first time we
exactly
try to hop into the game, so we'll be hopping in momentarily though, but nonetheless though, right around the corner. Now sure, I gave the Falcons praise based off of their composition, based off of meta. However, do you have anything to counteract? You think that our Void Darlings plus a Snake and a Ezreal?
I don't know. Going mutants and TFT is pretty good sometimes. Nonetheless, Rek'Sai is a very, very good jungler right now. She is able to one-shot you when she does go lethality. Lethality, basically, no matter what kind of armor you have, it doesn't exist to her.
Just like tears through armor like it's nobody's business?
Yes. It's a way that assassins can still do some damage, even if the enemy team does build a lot of armor. And with how squishy the enemy team is, or the Falcons are, squishy meaning that they just don't have a lot of health.
Yeah.
I'm kind of expecting Rek'Sai to get a bunch of kills early.
And isn't she supposed to be a tank? Like, isn't this always the problem?
She is supposed to be a bruiser, yes.
They make something that's meant to, help assassins in this case.
Yep.
It's like, oh, you know what? No, let's put it on a tank.
Well, the way that it normally goes, you do the traditional build for whatever class they're specified in. So, for example, with Lux, one of my other main characters, you normally build AP on her.
Right.
But then, I'm pretty sure she was actually made as a support, but then looking into things, in Korea they started to build her with a lot of damage, and then they're like, ooh, you can get some really nice kill from here.
Okay, so we do seem to be having a little bit of technical problems on the side of the lobby itself, so we are going to take ourselves a very, very quick 5 minutes just to figure this one out. But without further ado, Falcons versus HTTT1 should be starting right around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
What's wrong with it?
Okay.
You can't even.
I believe. So that just basically sends out a cone. Oh,
Got
that's
him.
dirty.
Oh,
that's
got
so
him.
dirty. Nami's going to come around the corner, and they're both going to use everything possible. Lucia's going to try and use a Gale Force to try and pick it up, but Nami already got the kill. And we do see Ari in the mid lane trying to pick up this kill. Ari wants to kill that Cass.
Just over and over, basically, just making
Yep.
it so that like Cassiopeia can't get to that spot that
There
they
it
thrive
is.
in. This should seal the deal here. Not
Ooh.
quite, actually. Going to hang on by a thread. Not going to... Oh, they are actually kind of going past the turret. No, Rocket Pig's just like, nope, none of that. I'm going all the way to my base, even if I have to walk there myself. But so
Says.
far, just the... Not only just the amount of eliminations that we've been seeing across the board so far, but looking at even level differences. Like, look at the jungle difference here between Please Quit and Shrimperly. The 9 compared to the 7. So 1, like when challenging that crab that we saw in the river, your smite does more damage, so you're going to win that.
Yeah.
Anytime they go down to one of these objectives now, if it's up to a 50-50 smite fight, it's not actually a 50-50 if Please Quit can keep that level difference between himself and Shrimperly.
It's very, very intense for junglers to be able to keep either stay at the same level as the enemy or to be above them. That's one of my struggles whenever I do play jungle, but it does look like they're just going to try and pick up the Rift Herald. Ari's going to land the Charm on the Rek'Sai and use all the abilities and completely one-shot the Rek'Sai before he's even able to dash out. Cho'Gath is going to be blasted over the wall, and Ari's going to pick up another kill, as well as the Falcons are going to pick up the Rift Herald. Oh, I love this game.
Low key, I think they almost got that.
Oh,
if he would have like altered the Rift Herald, but
yeah, he could have.
that would have been funny, but not this time.
Yeah, Cho'Gath's not in his late game phase yet, so he's not as tanky yet.
That's the first death on the side of Slapping Toads as well. Has been for the most part able to just keep those stacks, but now, unfortunately, losing the 1 life in that case, going to lose some health. For at least a little while until he could build it back up. But that takes time, and if anything, we see that the Falcons out of Toronto just not giving them the time. They're constantly in their face looking for fights.
They're playing it extremely well. They hard focus mid, and because of that, Cass doesn't have any damage. Lucian, though, it looks like the Rek'Sai is going to go in and use a Prowler's Claw in order to close out the damage, or close out the gap, then ulti in, try and get that last damage off, and does pick up the shutdown. Cassiopeia is going to try and go in on the Darius here, but Darius pops Ghost and he's able to run out with no issues. Oh, I'm so happy. This makes my heart happy. Think of it this way, it's about to be 16 minutes in the game. We've seen a death every minute.
Yeah, this game has definitely brought in no shortage of action, which is definitely nice to see. But in terms of how do you get out of this one, like this is kind of brutal in terms of the gold lead, of course. Eliminations aren't necessarily everything. If you're getting a bunch of last hits on minions, getting objectives, you can be very like tied even if the kills are off. But unfortunately here, because of all these eliminations and the way that the Toronto Falcons here have been playing, it's just brutal. You don't normally see close to a 10k gold lead at this point in the game. And with a team that is so focused on like making it to that late game to then do your damage, it's going to be a little bit brutal. A good little dodge from 8, but could not dodge the wave.
Wow.
Please enjoy the game. Going to finish the job there in that regard. That being said, though, the side of Holy Trinity trying to fight back. Slapping Toads is kind of in a pickle, but the beefiness of this Cho'Gath is still super effective. Hanging on for a little bit longer. The sleepy time, however, going to make things extremely difficult. It's going to be the second elimination there for Slapping Toads, unfortunately for them. But on the side of Toronto, lots of crazy like KDAs in this regard. 6-1 currently on the one Trick Aurelia, showing that maybe they're not necessarily just the one Trick Aurelia in this situation.
Yeah, for sure.
And then Please Quit. Definitely standouts. Heck, even Please Enjoy the Game. The fish there with 3 eliminations for herself.
Trust me, my friend who's a Nami main at home, he is exactly like, please enjoy the game. Always going, what's it called? Oh my god, Imperial Mandate on Nami in order to get that extra damage. He purposely does it to KS people.
Fair enough in that regard. That being said, though, one Trick Aurelia maybe finding themselves a little bit pinched off, but if anything, some decent damage over the wall. Already popping the ult a little bit, so some dashes out of the pocket for now. And, okay, we're knocking on the base door, but this is where we've seen some teams kind of falter, right?
Yeah.
You're right outside the inhibitor turrets, and sometimes maybe you just kind of overstay your welcome. So I honestly like what Toronto is doing right here. Just, okay, we're all the way through the door. There's nothing else we can do right now. Let's go back. Let's get our items.
Yeah.
Spend the gold that we do have. Come back even stronger. And maybe make this lead we have even bigger.
Yeah, we do see that the Lilia and the Ari did pick up a Cosmic Drive. Cosmic Drives takes down the cooldown, the cooldown that you have for your ultimate, so they're able to use that. And I believe it does also still give movement speed on the ultimate whenever you do use it. It looks like One Trick Aurelia is going to possibly be caught out here, but she is going to walk away using that movement speed on her W. Lucius is going to pick up a kill with no problem. Going to go in it, and Ari's going to pick up the charm on the Cassiopeia and get her out of the fight early. Lilia's going in on the Rek'Sai here, trying to take him out, but it isn't able to because it simply flashes over the wall. One Trick Aurelia follows with the Ari ulti, resets, is able to pick up that one more kill, trying to survive as long as possible for the rest of his team to come up. Looks like Cho'Gath is going to be taken out with the Darius ulti, and oh my god!
Okay.
That, very well played. Very, very, very well played by Falcons.
I mean, you're just that ahead that you can get away with that, but that was still a fantastic play there from Anthony. You saw the Mystic shot coming out there from One Chaos's Ezreal. Flashes forward, getting the taunt as well.
Yeah.
You literally got touched by an auto attack in that situation. You go down, but yet you're able to make the dodge and just clean up that ace for your team. And now easily over 10K at this point, like going on more like 14 at this point. Just the side of the Falcons in the driver's seat for this first matchup.
For sure. That's the thing with a lot of the abilities in the game. Some of them you can flash through them if they are a projectile, like the Mystic shot. Ari's actually going to go in here and land another charm. Is going to try and pick up the kill on Ezreal, but isn't able to. Is going to try and just use the ulti in order to get out. One Trick Aurelia is out for blood.
Yeah, no kidding. And I mean, this mobility definitely makes it like easier for them to actually pull this one off. However, might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew here, especially when silenced. I think that was the ult coming out of One Chaos, and it didn't even do that much damage necessarily there.
Oh my god.
And we have essentially the entire Goon Squad coming through here to try and take out this Ari, take out One Trick Aurelia. And actually, this could be the start of something, though. Rocket Pig does get the elimination onto Please Enjoy the Game. It was unfortunately just kind of collateral damage in that exchange. And with that big shutdown onto somebody who needs the gold, that could have been like relatively major if they could hang on at least.
Yes. One thing to mention is the amount of abilities that Ari was able to put out, the One Trick Aurelia was able to put out, just to simply run away from everybody. Every single couple seconds she was able to W and get that movement speed.
Oh no.
Lucian's going to dash over the wall, flash the Cassiopeia ulti and try and pick up the kill, but she's not able to purely because of the Cho'Gath. Rex is going to go in here on One Trick Aurelia. Lily's going to pick up the kill and save the One Trick Aurelia right before, right on the brink of death.
Okay, they called Slapping Toads the most selfless player, and I think we just kind of saw it there with that Cho'Gath play. Saving their poor their poor Cassiopeia right in the last possible second, of course, saving the ultimate, the big nom 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 to finish the job there. Beautifully done. No happy game. Getting caught maybe a little bit cocky in this case.
Just a little bit.
Not necessarily the highest in regards to the eliminations, but while everybody else was getting eliminations on people, he was just farming minions, so he's still getting gold. Yeah. So he's still an extremely dangerous player in this regard. The big plays there from Slapping Toad to be able to deny him.
Now it's time for Please Quit the Game to try and go in to the base and keep them away. One Trick Aurelia is going to walk up with Please Enjoy the Game and Please Quit the Game, and we'll see if they want to try and take the in-hit. Cho'Gath looks like he's about to get caught out here. Slapping Toads, he's definitely proving how selfless he is. Lilia's going to go in on the cast here. Not going to be able to do a lot of damage. Ari's trying to hold off the Cho'Gath top lane. There's a lot of different things that are going on right now.
I mean, this is actually really interesting here. The side of Toronto, the Falcons, have been stuck outside this inhibitor, these inhibitor turrets or this base in general, for so long, but they haven't actually really been able to get anything done. And they haven't even been able to win like a really decisive team fight to get any sort of damage done. They finally kind of broke in here. Unfortunately here, it's going to be Slapping Toads, who is going to end up getting charmed out. They're going to push on through, but other than the inhibitor, can they actually seal the deal here? I'm not quite sure. They might try, though. They do have minions.
I believe that they close out the game here for sure. Renato's ulti is going to come through and see what kind of damage they can do here. Cass is going to get the ulti off, but isn't able to pick up a kill in time. Rek'Sai is going to try and go in on the Ahri here, but is able to Zhonya's to avoid the damage. They're just looking to close out this game. There's nothing else to really say. We'll see if Lucian does pick up the quadra kill here, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, I was just saying how the Lucian wasn't necessarily farming eliminations, well, it just kind of popped off
No,
in that
the
one.
one trigger,
And there we go. This time, Ape is not going to have a goose egg in that elimination
No.
column. The turret coming in clutch, to say the least there. And actually, is that enough damage to the point where they have to at least regroup for one more fight?
I feel like they will have to regroup for one more fight just because the one-trick Irelia is like mainly their damage here. Lucian is very fed and so is Lilia, but it takes them a little bit longer to get all the damage out, where Ahri can literally just walk up, charm, oh no, I'm dead.
Yeah, basically. I mean, if Rocket Pig can stay behind the tank line and just be safe, which is difficult because you have like 3 characters on the side of the Falcons who are just absolutely ready to dive. But we have started to see some okay damage start to come out from that Cassiopeia.
Yes.
So, like, get into a position where you can stay safe and just throw out damage. This fight, I feel like, could still actually be won. Looking at the gold, like, differences and whatnot, it would maybe suggest a little bit otherwise, but I feel like there is still a way for TT1 to kind of sneak their way back into this one, but it's going to be difficult.
There's definitely a very good chance that they can come back into the game. All they really have to do, they have to just try and wait until those inhibitors are back up so that then Falcons can't infiltrate their base once again. But their main goal right here should be to try and get that Baron, if possible, while they're on Dragon. And if not, they should try and go into one of the lanes and see if they can pick up an objective bounty, because that gives a lot of gold. It gives a lot more than you think, so that would definitely help. Ahri is just going to go in here, dashing around and trying to land a charm, isn't able to. We do see the ulti coming through for Lilia, so two people are going to be put to sleep. The Lilia damage on the Ezreal there.
Oh
able
my
to pick
goodness.
Up 3 kills with 1 ability. Wow.
Okay, unfortunately there for the side of TT1, Falcons just did exactly what they needed to. They knew that TT1 and or Holy Trinity wanted to try and get up some more minions, get themselves back into this game. But because of that, their tank line was split from the rest of their team. And slowly but surely, we see the Nexus falling. A little bit of the standard dance outside the fountain. Maybe get a couple extra. Yuji going to take a tower dive and just tank for the rest of the squad. And just like that, our first round robin game is going to be going over to the Falcons.
Yes, it is. Wow, that was a game.
That was
that was a very, very intense game. Well played, very well played by both sides of the game. Falcons, they were not messing around.
Oh, absolutely not. Toronto District just absolutely playing that entire matchup to a T. They like whether it was a heavy aggressive intention off the start, we're not maybe 100% sure of. However, that basically, like, if that close to hard countered, basically what the side of Holy Trinity was going for, which in against certain styles, what Holy Trinity had would have been absolutely wonderful. Like, just sit back, play safe and whatnot. However, just the never lift off the gas, just go, always be in their face style coming out there from Toronto District.
It's my kind of style. That's what I like to do. I like to just, hey, look, there's 2 people there. I'm just by myself. You know what? Screw it. I'm going in.
Yes, the true Jinx main coming out, of course. But with that, we still have plenty more action here in the OFSEA provincial tournament. Like, more high schools coming to compete. Next matchup is going to be 11 o'clock, so we only have about 10 minutes, I think, before we get to the next one. LPI versus Liz Kodiak's going to be up next, so be sure to stick around. We'll be right back for some more.
There's so much to be gained out of gaming, jobs, community, like friendships. It is a beautiful thing, and NASEF is just trying to bring light to that.
Looking for the DBS, looking for low cell, Ace, trying high school.
sense, you kind of have to make your own career, and esports is one of the best places to do that, and NASEF is one of the best organizations out there for bringing that to young people in a meaningful way.
Pick up, and now you're kind of in a little bit of trouble, and
There's an esports club. It's good to take the opportunity, just have a lot of fun and see what you can do and reach your limits.
Welcome back, everybody, to the OFSEA High School League of Legends matches. Today, or as of right now, we have the Les Kodiak Innovation versus St. Puy Catholic Secondary School. I'm really excited. After seeing the first game, I didn't expect that much chaos, but now I'm ready for it.
I mean, it was interesting when we had like the two polar opposites collide, right? It was the early game aggression versus the I just want to play safe, please let me get to the late game.
Yes.
And in this case here, for the side of Toronto District, they with them being the aggressors, they absolutely capitalized and thrived on that chaos.
Yeah.
That being said, though, the Kodiak versus LPI, we have no idea what kind of team compositions are necessarily going for in terms of play style. It very well could be an absolute like chaos, or we could have some solid organization, because it's going to be an interesting mix of students this time by.
Yes. So would you like to start by introducing LPI for us?
LPI, let's take a look. Of course, again, big thank you to OFSEA to get all of this information here for all of the players. I have absolutely no idea how amazing it is to have some actual context.
Exactly.
And we have an interesting little dilemma, in-team dilemma between these two.
I'm ready for it.
Okay, so
give it to me, Dan.
Here we go. So we have Cap Ying, which is going to be Yiming Hang out at grade 11. Apparently a pro camper.
Ooh.
And it's, for fun fact, it says Instant blames everybody else. And for our top laner is an Ophelio Swan Trick. Now, if we go down the line here, we have Diego Gozin in the jungle, grade 11.
Okay.
In mid lane, we have not Cianime that's going to be Sean Malloy in grade 11. Hates Ophelios. So we have somebody who loves Ophelios and somebody who hates it.
I mean, that works too.
Neither of these players are AD carry mains. Then
Interesting.
we have Microsoft's bad.
Yes.
It's going to be Michael Pereira.
Okay.
Another grade 11. Just being labeled as the tried and true AD carry main.
All right.
And then we have Eddie Zalia, also grade 11. And this is a Call of Duty tag if I have ever seen one. My goodness. No. We have XXEXZXX. I'm just gonna call him we're gonna call him XZ.
Yeah,
XZ
sounds good. All right.
And then how about the side of the Kodiaks out of innovation?
So for Les Kodiak, the school is École Secondaire Catholique d'Innovation. So for our top laner we have Papa Prince Pog. Great
Papa
name.
Prince Pog. Let's go.
His name is Philippe Dugray. He is in grade 12. He is actually attending St. Clair next year for the Esports program. So let's go. We're happy to hear that. His fun fact of the day for us, Dan. 93% win rate KO.
That explains the ban then.
That does explain the ban.
All right, fair enough.
All right. So for the jungle, we do have Jake. His real name is Jacob Danis. He is also in grade 12. He clearly has the best sleep schedule in North America, according to him.
So he probably goes to bed at like 4 in the morning then.
I relate to it. And then he is also the former rank 34 Hecarim. Emphasis on the former, he says in brackets.
No.
He even put it in brackets for us.
Hecarim's banned too, so fair enough. I'll believe it.
It's like I'm reading everybody's minds right now.
This all makes sense. It's amazing what
know.
context with players actually does to a broadcast, eh?
For the mid laner, we have Snowball, we have Malcolm Tia, also grade 12. He is also attending St. Clair next year.
Let's go. All right, right on.
Trust me, guys, the esports program is amazing. I actually just graduated from it this year, and I'm very happy with myself. But I'm sure you guys will enjoy it, so good luck with that. Didn't do his quote for us is he didn't really do the 40 hours of community work that he said he did.
I didn't think you're supposed to read that part. No, I'm just kidding.
It's okay. It's just a secret between us. For the ADC, we have Illusion 27. His name is Adrian Salisbury. He is in grade 10, and he is... What? It's like he knows what you mean, and it says confidence to the max.
So just no matter what, he knows what you mean.
I assume so, yes. And then for the support, we have Helmelin. His name is Sierra Moro. He is in grade 11, and he is a Thresh fanboy.
Okay.
And Soulsborne fanatic and beginner pianist.
Okay, so that
Very
means
classy.
those are all extremely difficult. My goodness. Either extremely talented or an absolute masochist. So we'll have to see as we go on through this draft here. Sorry, go ahead.
I would hope that I pronounce things correctly. I'd still like to say that I'm bilingual, but
you probably did it way better than I would have. But we do have the actual draft itself going on through. So Hecarim, Kale, and Akali are going to be banned out for this side of LPI. Meanwhile, the Kodiaks are going to take care of Aurelia, Pantheon, and Ari. Meanwhile, the first picks coming on through. LPI straight up first pick Draven, which I mean, if that is a flex, if I've ever seen one, that is like you're saying someone had confidence to the max. That's a confidence to the max kind of move.
That is confidence to the max because you never first pick ADC.
No.
It doesn't matter what kind of matchup you're in, you just don't do it. But we do see the Wukong and Warwick coming in for LPI, and then for Le Kodiak, we have Karma, Twisted Fate, and Yasuo.
An interesting mix.
Are we going to see another Ricky top laner play here? Are we going to see the Yasuo top here? I'm excited.
It's definitely possible. Now, looking at the side of LPI, this composition, I know we're only 3 characters in, or 3 champs in, but this screams dive. Oh,
yeah, 100%.
So this could
no
be
doubt.
very scary. And honestly, it's probably a good thing that the Kodiaks are out of innovation. Didn't pick their AD carry yet, because it could be troublesome, to say the least, if they pick something really immobile. However, LPI then went out and banned the Ezreal, which is one of those mobile AD carries. Yeah,
they definitely want to stop Le Kodiak from being able to get out of anything. And then we also see the Darius ban, and then for Le Kodiak, we have the Swain and Udyr ban. Then, moving forward, we do have the Alistar pick that goes with the Draven, as well as the Annie pick. You were lying when... Okay, I feel like you kind of jinxed it, because, like, it's more of a dive comp than I've ever seen before.
Like, they full committed to this.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I feel like this is going to be a repeat of last game.
I mean, I don't know, though, because the Kodiaks here of Innovation, they do have tools this time to actually deal with it. Like, Thresh is an expert at trying to get people away from his team as we hop on in here. And then you also do end up having... Hang on a second. We do have a Diana actually coming out from Jake. So one of the picks actually must have been a...
It was the Twisted Fate one.
Okay.
Whoa. Something interesting, though. Why is Rek'Sai mid and Diana jungle?
I'm guessing they probably just didn't quite line up in proper LCS order, but that's okay.
Game.
Or it'll be a little bit messy. We're going to figure this one out as we go along here, nonetheless. It does look like the Diana is going to be in the jungle this time by. We switch things around nice and quick here. So it is going to be on the jungle side. It is going to be the Warwick jungle is basically his home. Going to give him a little bit of a boost nonetheless. Diego's going to start off on the red hand side of things. Jake's going to be... They're both going to be starting on the red buff side of things. And now, up in the top lane, because they picked up the Thresh, it does mean that Papa Prince Pog is going to be playing the Karma this time by. But one of the things that I was mentioning, they had the Thresh that's like an expert at getting people away.
Yep.
You have Papa Prince Pog with the movement speed, the snares, as well as shields for days. And then it's really just messed things up a little bit because we do not have a traditional AD carry
No, we
on
don't.
the side of innovation, which is extremely concerning to say the least, especially against a Draven. But we do have a gank already here in the top lane. They're trying to take care of this Wukong here. Cappy is going to make his way out of there though, so just going to have to burn the flash and go back and heal if necessary. But some good pressure coming out already here from Innovation.
For sure. Your point about having a non-traditional AD carry here, Yasuo has actually been bouncing between bot lane and mid lane recently.
Oh?
Basically, as long as you have a team comp that has enough knockups, then you're able to get that extremely good ulti off for Yasuo, where he needs a knockup in order to bring all the enemies in the air, slash them a bunch, and then drop them back down, dealing a ton of damage. So with the Diana ulti, that brings everybody forward and knocks them up, as well as the Rek'Sai knockup. And it even counts for displacement. So if Fresh uses his Flay, which pull people towards him, Yasuo is able to use his ulti off of that. So they have a really, really good team comp here.
Yeah, the only thing that worries me, though, is because Microsoft's bad here, as well as XZ. That is a lane-dominant pairing if I've ever seen one. So if, in theory, anytime Illusion there goes to go for any sort of minion kill to get some gold, he should be getting punished with a massive axe to the forehead. However, as of right now, it seems like they're actually getting away with it. Yeah,
that's the thing with Yasuo, because his passive, it creates a shield. Actually, we do see some action going on some top lane there. We do see some little bit of poking. Wasn't sure if there was going to be a fight, but back to what we were saying. Yasuo's passive, he basically, that little bar where his mana is supposed to be, once that fills up and it turns white, he's able to get a shield if he's hit. But just give us 1 second while we look at this team fight going on here. Looks like they're going to go both in on the Draven and the Alistar here. Draven's going to have to flash away in order to just save his life. Ignite did pop from the Thresh, dealing a little bit of damage, but nothing too major.
Yeah, so they burned the flash out of Microsoft's bad, but in terms of damage, the side of LPI were able to trade out, if not do more damage than what was coming there. Snowmal might be in for a world of hurt, though. Here comes Diego on the Warwick, and of course, sees him, smells blood.
Ooh.
Flash Ignite is going to do it, I do believe. There it goes.
Very nice
First
play.
blood coming out of, not Cianime, and that is going to be a fantastic first blood. Needed it too, because the Annie was actually down on CS.
Yes, the Annie, I feel like she will struggle a little bit in this lane because the Rek'Sai is, she can do exactly what we saw there. She is able to use her tunnels, just knock her up and do a ton of damage right before backing out. But that was a beautiful flash ignite by the Annie. Looks like bot lane wants to go in here, but they're not exactly sure if they're able to yet. This is the thing that sucks about this lane, because it's like you want to go in and get the Yasuo and Thresh, but Yasuo does so much more damage than you think he does early.
Right. And then honestly, like, fantastic discipline coming out from the side of LPI too. There's been so many teams I've seen who will see a person that low, and it's like, okay, we're all inning. We're just gonna dive between like 2 turrets. We're gonna get this kill.
Yeah.
But Diego got the person low, and realized, okay, I'm tanking tower. I need to back off.
Yeah, for sure.
And then good communication there for the Annie to then just hop on in there and get the final shot, so to speak. So nicely done there from LPI.
If that was me, I'd definitely be the one under the turret, screaming and yelling. Don't question me. I'm plat 4, I promise. We do see up in top lane that they are just doing what they were before. We actually see the Diana coming around the corner in top lane through Tribush. So we might see a fight up there, but just like how it was last game around this time, everybody's just going to be farming, trying to figure out what they want to do next in order to secure a couple kills and possibly a win.
Absolutely, a little bit of an invasion coming on through, but nothing really to steal as of this moment, I do not think. Some decent poke coming out here. Level 6, however, is now available for these top laners. Mid laners, it looks like, as well. So almost everybody has their ultimate move basically unlocked. And that's going to be big for when it comes to Diego there on the Warwick, because that ultimate, being able to lock somebody down for what feels like an eternity, is absolutely amazing. Diego does spot out Jake. He's going to jump on through, but Popcorn's Pog is right there, but so is Cappy. Spin the win, but he's actually going to get shut down relatively quickly. Here he goes, fires off again. Some decent AoE damage going across the entirety of the Kodiak squad, but it's actually going to be the 1-for-1 trade, and it continues in the bot lane.
we're actually gonna go and see the fight bot lane. Warwick's gonna flash in, and Annie's gonna pick up another kill on the Karma here. Looks like down bot lane they tried to fight there, but Yasuo wasn't able to get his knockup off with his tornado, so they're just gonna back out, try and get a reset off, and try and get some items in order to have a better time fighting in the lane.
Oh yeah, at least like worst case scenario, you get so much damage, you push the lane, and you get to go back for basically no consequence. But
yeah,
unfortunately there for Papa Prince Pog, I think he was searching for one more elimination.
For
so
sure.
I don't know how the heck they managed to be on the blue side inside the bush, but does get hunted down. Solid job there from the Annie to finish the job as well. And some actual like good point out, as we do have like some solid vision all around there. Especially in that blue bush side, coming out from the side of Kodiak. So something that does get overlooked very often in League of Legends is just the vision game, because it's not necessarily the most exciting part to talk about, but it's absolutely huge, being able to make plays based off of what you see.
It's not even like you just need vision in order to just like, okay, I have an idea of where they are. It can win or lose you the game if you don't have enough vision. You don't know where everybody is all the time, because the fog of war, that's the thing that I actually really like about League. You do have a fog of war, so it's very hard to keep track of everybody. And like even sometimes you get surprised of where people are, but it gets very, very technical when it comes to getting enough vision all around the map and getting it in the right places as well.
And because of this vision, they will be allowed to at least get themselves into position to set up for this very first dragon. That being said, they are going to be collapsed upon fight breaking out. Here we go.
Yasuo is going to go in with, as I said, the knockup from Diana. He was able to get that ulti off, able to pick up the kill on Microsoft Bad there. Rek'Sai's going to go in and pick up the kill on... Oh my god, everybody's just dropping like flies. There's no stopping. Wow, that was insane. Okay. I couldn't even keep up with that.
So the triple ends up going over to Jake. The dragon was straight up in the middle of that fight that entire time.
I know.
I know it made things difficult to see. It looks like the fight's actually even continuing up top a little bit here. Gabby is going to basically go even. But okay, you just gave 3 kills over to the Diana. Jake is absolutely cracked right now and is going to be doing so much damage. Tends to be a little bit beefier of an assassin, but because they're so ahead, as long as they can stay ahead, that is going to be a ton of damage. But oh no, unfortunately there for XZ, does get the headbutt, but it does not go up against the wall. The pulverize does not make contact, so gonna push him aside.
Just a casual Thrash walking through turret. Don't mind him.
Okay.
He's just having the time of his life right now.
Melon's just chilling.
He's just having a good time, all right? But that was a really, really good team fight. Exactly what I said earlier, where the Diana's going to pop her ulti, Yasuo is going to do his as well, and it's just going to go extremely smooth. Everybody's going to get one shot, and it's just going to get the, secure the win for the team fight. And it looks like Rek'Sai's going to try and steal a blue buff. Not able to. One thing to point out is that Diana has 8 stacks on a Dark Seal.
That's what you were pointing out.
Yes. Everybody always underestimates how much damage Dark Seal does, but then you realize how much it does when someone has 10 stacks. And Diana's already at 8.
And she's like an absolute queen at just diving in and doing burst AoE damage. So if all of a sudden... Like, this could actually be really, really bad with the way that LPI is meant to be just diving in. Diana doesn't even have to do the diving herself. All of them could, dive to her. It's like, okay, thank you. Boom.
That's the really good thing about their comp. All their ultis kind of just sync up together. And it does look like they do want to pick up a rift here. Not too sure yet. Rek'Sai's going to go in and get the knockup off on War. Actually, he doesn't. He gets feared early before he's able to get the knockoff off.
It's still relatively healthy now, so
yeah.
If they want to turn for it...
Ooh, this is going to be fun.
Death Bush.
Death Bush time. The Diana's going to go in. Warwick's going to ult immediately, get that damage off. Diana's going to pop her ulti as well, but the Wukong is dealing too much damage and is able to pick up 2 kills for the side of LPI. Looks like Warwick's going to make it away with his life, and they're just going to try and back out of the fight before anybody else ends up losing their life. Really good team fight there. They played it extremely well. This is what we were talking about earlier. The vision in the bushes are so important. So because they had that control ward there, they were able to eliminate any vision that LPI had in that bush. And because of that, they were able to pull off that fight. Warwick did, again, end up making it out. Diana did get shut down, but she does still have 4 stacks left on her Darksteel, so she's still doing pretty decent.
I mean, that was an okay spot for LPI to take that fight. We did see Cappy there. Like, that was prime time to start, like, spinning around on that Wukong.
Oh, yeah.
And was doing good damage. However, just because it wasn't taken on their terms, really, nobody else was really there to follow up until it was too little too late.
They did end up, I believe they did end up going even. The Annie did pick up a kill, but the Warwick did end up, or not the Warwick, sorry, the Wukong did end up dying right before Annie was able to kill everybody in time. Alistar is going to go in here, same with the Thresh. They're going to pull up, take out all the knockups in the fight here. Yasuo is going to hit the Tornado on the Draven, go in with the ulti and pick up the kill on him. Going to try and keep going into the fight, but it looks like they're just going to flash back into turret right before they do die. They're going to try their best. Alistar's going in here on the Thresh, doing a little bit of damage, but not too much. Just trying to keep them away so that then nothing else does end up happening. We do see Annie coming up in the bush. She's a little bit weary about walking in there, so she's going to drop the control ward in. Alistar's going to jump in and knock up the Thresh and stun him for the Annie. Follow up by another stun as well, sending Annie on a killing spree. Yasuo looks like he does want to take this fight, but he decides, it's 3 people, maybe not, and there is a fed Annie in that mix.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get set up for Dragon, start getting some vision, but unfortunately, kind of caught out. Melon.
Yes.
Sent to the Shadow Realm for just a little bit longer here.
I like the Shadow Realm. It's fun in there.
Is it now? Have you been? Do you frequent?
I don't want to answer that, okay? No comment.
Fair enough in that regard. But yeah, Dragon coming up in 20 seconds here. Some ults did end up getting used there, so that's the anime. Sure, got the kill initially, but will not have Tibbers for the next fight in theory. Unless they decide to take it right now. We do see Tibbers just expire, unfortunately, right in the middle of the tri-bush. So that's going to be a big ult down for now these objectives showing up.
Good thing about Tibbers, though, is that the longer that he stays up, your cooldown for your ultimate still goes down. So sometimes by the time that Tibbers does expire, your ult's already back up, and you can spot him right again.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's like 3/4 of the way there. So yeah, in theory, sure, the Dragon's up right now. So if they were battling it right now, it would be a problem.
Yes.
But they have a couple extra seconds. Rift Herald's going to go over to Jake, however, on the side of Innovation, and now we can start seeing they're just starting to ping out the Dragons. And Infernal wanted that one as well, so some damage on the line.
It looks like LPI wants to try and make sure that Kodiak don't go any further into the drag pit, but because they did spawn the Rift mid, they are going to have to respond to it. It's either lose a turret or you lose another drag. It's all up to them. Wukong's going to go in on the Karma here with the ulti and the knock-up. They're going to spawn the Tibbers again and pick up the kill for the Wukong off the Karma. But on the other hand of things,
this is doable.
Kodiak is going to pick up the drag. They're going to go in here on the Wukong. Diana's going to jump over to the rest of the team and knock everybody up, but Yasuo is not able to respond yet. He is able to get the Tornado off and get his ulti off as well, but Draven is going to pick up the kill from the Execute on his ulti. They are going to pick up the Rek'Sai as well, and I believe the Diana also went down.
Yep, so that does end up going down, but a solid turn and burn there from the side of LPI, but also like solid there from the side of Innovation, and then specifically Melon there in that Dragon pit, because that very well could have been, okay, they got majority of that mid turret down. I don't think it completely fell.
No, it didn't.
But they LPI dealt with the Herald. They were making their way to Dragon. Diego on that Warwick was leading the charge and very well could have challenged the Smite for the Dragon's final kill. However, Melon, the hook, did stun up Diego for a long enough time they could secure the Dragon. And then they can turn for the full team fight. Unfortunately for the side of Innovation, that team fight did not necessarily go in their favor. It was just a solid overall play from LPI to continue after taking the kill off of Papa Prince Pog. But was so close to just like making the cake and eating it too, so to speak. But Melon at least makes it so that they go up 2 dragons to nothing here in this game.
At least that's the good thing about it. They did end up picking the drag, so it didn't really go all like horrible for Le Kodiak. But the thing that happened in that team fight, or what I assume happened in that fight, is that the Diana did go in with her ultimate, was able to knock up, I believe, 3 people, but the Yasuo wasn't ready at the time. We actually do see a gank coming in. Thresh is going to try and flay everybody away from him, so no knockup comes through. Yasuo's going to try and get his knockup off with the Tornado. Ults the Alistar there, so not a lot of damage coming through. They are just going to pick up the kill really fast on the Yasuo, and it looks like they're going to go for Melons as well. But up in top lane, Rek'Sai's going to use Prowler's Claw, and they're just going to instantly pick up the kill. Rek'Sai is going to... Nope, not a trade. Rek'Sai is going to lose his life to the turret. Luckily, it isn't execute, though, so... Oh, he doesn't have a bounty. He did have a bounty. I wonder what happened.
So do we just give the gold to the minions?
Yeah.
No.
You don't want rich minions? You gotta fatten them up. That's how cannon minions are made.
They've been working with these little tired, like, iron axes and swords for too long. They need an upgrade. Can we get some diamond swords or something like that?
Just wait for the next official event that comes out, and they'll probably do some map changes like they do for Arcane, or not Arcane, Arcade. Arcane's always on my mind. I can't stop.
No, I know. But that was definitely a little bit rough there for the side of Kodiak's on the bot lane there. Illusion, like, Melon was trying to push everybody away from him, and then Illusion dove in, got the ultimates, but of all people, it went on to EXE on that Alistar, and just like, okay, come at me, bro. Like, I can tank this. This is no big deal to me.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Microsoft's just bad, and Diego is just like, throwing claws, throwing axes, absolutely nothing that either of them can do. So some big value, especially since we know Draven just absolutely cashes out on every single elimination. But we do have another skirmish happening down in the bot lane. We have 3-on-3.
Speaking of which, the Yasuo is going to take the displacement off of the Thresh Q there, is going to try and pick up the kill on Warwick. He's going to have to ult out. They are going to pick up the kill on Alistar here, and he's going to come in and stun the Diana and pick up the kill on her. Who knows if the Diana is going to live long enough? She's going to try... Oh, actually, she took out Thresh first, tried to go for the Diana, but wasn't able to because of the Rek'Sai knockup. That's what I was talking about with Rek'Sai last game. Rek'Sai's able to just say, hey, I see a little enemy over there. I don't want them to be over there anymore. Let me just do my thing. I'm going to knock you up. I'm going to do all my damage with one ability, and then you're gone.
I mean, it helps when you have some buddies and teammates nearby, too, to help
Very
seal
true.
the deal in that regard there, too, because that could have been rough. Nasty Anime was right there with that extremely fed Annie. Dropped the Tibbers, but it maybe didn't quite hit the targets that they were necessarily looking for. Flashed into the middle of literally everybody, and I know you're up 8 eliminations. You're definitely feeling yourself a little bit.
Yep.
But even then, like, Kodak's like, what are you doing? I'm taking care of you nice and quick there.
Yeah.
And honestly, good on Innovation. That was a really good fight for him, even though it kind of started very similar to what we saw happen with that last bot lane skirmish. Where, again, Illusion got the displacement from Melon, but then the ult only hit the Alistar.
Yeah.
But hang on a second, we actually have a 2-on-2 right in the jungle.
Karma is going to get the root off on the Warwick here, and he's actually going to miss the Tibbers stun. Wukong's going to have to ult his way out of the fight. Karma is going to pick up the kill with the Q, though, and it looks like Warwick and Annie are just going to try and make it out, but it doesn't look like they're able to. Meanwhile, Rek'Sai is going in on the Draven here. He picks up the kill on him. Diana's going to let the ulti come through and kill off the Warwick just in time. Yasuo is going to go in, kill Annie with the Tornado, and now there's only Alistar left, the tankiest one of them all.
And it's going to slow them down for at least a second to go get their minions, but for Illusion there on the Yasuo, that's where you go into all chat and you type worth when you get the
Very true.
When you get the 1-for-1.
Alistar is going to go in here on Papa Prince Pog and is trying to pick up the kill. Little does he know, Karma gets her health back if she uses her empowered W on him. The W is that little string that you see whenever that Karma does root anybody. But it looks like Kodiak is just going to sit back and try and pick up the drag, and after that try and reset and see what they can do later on.
I was going to say, that was going to be a wet noodle fight if I ever saw one. Just neither the Alistar or the Karma were going to die in that scenario. But in the meantime, we do see the third dragon hop on over here for the side of Innovation. The 4-dragon buff right around the corner, and Cappy's going to get themselves caught. And a good little retreat there for Melon to save Papa Prince Pog from what was more than likely 3 members of the side of LPI.
One thing that I did want to point out that I think is interesting about this, yes, LPI was up in kills previously before that team fight there, but the way that Kodiak are playing all together, it's insane. Like, that's the difference between the team comps. For LPI, their goal is to just lock someone down, just one person, and then take them out one by one. For Kodiak, their goal, I want all of you guys grouped. I'm going to take all of you guys out at once, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it. We do see the Rek'Sai actually going in here, using the Prowler's Claw to close the gap on the Draven, and that's what I'm talking about.
Wow.
Exactly, right? Wow, they're just gone. The Draven's just gone.
This character is
Jake wasn't
supposed
a
to be a
thing.
tank. Oh my goodness.
She's supposed to be a bruiser, not an assassin.
No, but this is just the big difference between like dive and pick. Like a lot of times I feel like I can use those terms maybe interchangeably. Like, oh, a dive comp's just a pick comp, right? No, not necessarily. Because, like, yes, they can both be aggressive play styles. However, they can very well play differently here. And
Yeah.
it's just going to show that even though the side of LPI are just willing to send it on every fight, their damage is just kind of split. They have decent AoE. Like, in theory, if the Annie hits Tibbers, Wukong's spinning like crazy, Diego on the Warwick is holding somebody down, you have Draven ulti, and you have, like, CC for days coming out of the Alistar. If they're all clumped up, that's a lot of spread damage. Meanwhile, like you were saying before, side of innovation, just land the hook on somebody, pick them off, block them down, they're dead. This is a 4v5 now.
Exactly. The one interesting thing for LPI, yes, they do have the Draven ulti, but did you know that it actually was changed recently?
Yes, it's at the execute, right?
I'd hate to cut you off here, but the Alistar is going to go on Melon here. They all are actually going to use, I believe that was 2 ultis there just to take out Melon, which I'm not sure if that would be the smartest choice just because we do see that they are pushing him top lane. Capping is going to try and fight the Yasuo here, but in the meantime, the Kodiak, they just want to take your base and they just want to close out this game.
The indecisiveness coming out from LPI just kind of bit them here.
No.
We saw Easy, or XE rather, in the mid lane, like trying to fight that off. Meanwhile, they need to be at the top lane as well. This fight is going to actually continue. You know what? This is just going to be a full-fledged team fight. Why not?
Oh my god. We did see the Alistar come up behind them. Yasuo is just going to dash all the way up to LPI and get that ulti off. Diana's going to try and use her jumps to get to everybody in time. Warwick is going to pick up the kill on the Rek'Sai. And it looks like the Annie and the Draven get out free for now, but who knows with how everything has been going. We do see a Rek'Sai tunnel just a little bit close by, so she could use that to get closer to them. Actually, it looks like they're just going to Baron, which I agree with this call. They already got the inhib, so they know that they're going to have to deal with those super minions. And half of their team's gone.
I was going to say, this is a 4-on-2 right now. And nobody on the opposing side here for LPI, like, it has a smite or anything that could really lock it down. You would have to hope to 4-Glory Tibbers it, and it's just not there. Even the Draven ultimates, unless they slow this down. Like,
they're slowing it down so the Rek'Sai can get it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Honestly, good thinking about that, honestly, too, just to give them the buff as well.
I believe that it did take a little bit too long, though, because they were worried. They saw that the Warwick came up, and they were like, okay, well, we don't want him to take it. We don't want to give him the chance for that, so we'll just take it out for now, set that, and you know what, Rek'Sai will probably get another one later.
Yeah, I was just waiting for Draven axes just to kind of slide on through and get the kill there, because it came right off cooldown at that time, but not quite.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, though, did you know about the Draven ulti changes or no?
Executes depending on minion kills or adoration attacks, right?
Yes, it depends on that, and executions, they basically also work depending on the percent of health, or the percent of health you're at, it'll do more or less damage. So with their team comp, even though they are a pick comp, his ultimate's kind of just like, I want to secure this kill in case they get away. Because it is a global one. But we are going to take a second here. Melon is going to get the hook on to the Warwick here. Diana's going to jump in and get the triple kill with the Yasuo ulti. That was insane. They are going to pick up a kill, 2 kills for Rek'Sai. That's that's what I'm talking about with their team comp. They were in such a good spot. And they were able to group up and just pick up the kills. And they're just going to end the game. The Karma's already in the base. She used her TP. It's done.
I mean, normally I think of a pick comp. I think of one individual getting picked. Jake just said, how about no? Put that, shut your mouth. This pick comp takes 3 at a time.
Wow.
Like stacks them up, knocks them dead. And that is going to be innovation. Cleaning up the match here with a successful victory over LPI.
Beautiful final team fight. That's exactly what I would want to see after picking that kind of team comp. They played it amazing. Amazing. I'm extremely proud of it. But on the other side, LPI also played extremely well. They had so many kills early for that Annie, and Annie was dealing so much damage. It was insane, but very well played to both of the teams, and congrats to Le Kodiak for winning.
Absolutely. They just picked that final team fight absolutely perfectly. And we kind of saw, like, it's like, okay, the Saint-Pui, LPI, they have to all dive in together. And to
Yep.
be honest, they did all dive in together, but inadvertently funneled themselves. And
Yeah.
that's just an unfortunate turn of events there, as the Jake there on that Diana was absolutely able to capitalize.
Yeah, but that's the exact combo that I was mentioning. I was waiting for the moment. I was like, Diana's gonna go in, she's gonna ulti once, and then the Yasuo's gonna come in and just dead. And that's exactly what happened. They
Yeah.
played it so well. And also, just what we were saying earlier, the vision? I applaud them for
Honestly,
the
eh?
vision. It was amazing. They had like every choke point figured out, and they were able to keep such a good track on LPI to the point where LPI couldn't really do much. As you said, they did have the pick comp, but it's like I felt like the majority of the game, only the Annie had the damage.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and unfortunately, there was a few instances too where that Tibbers was just barely off.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
it happens to
for
everybody.
sure.
Like, they first picked the Draven,
Mhm.
and to be fair, it went even in that bot lane for the
Yeah.
most part. However, if you're picking Draven, I feel like you have the confidence to just destroy that lane.
Yeah.
And he wasn't able to get ramped up to that level that Dravens want to get to. Usually,
No.
I feel like if a Draven's fighting evenly, they're behind.
The Thresh was able to hold the Draven back into the
Mhm.
lane and back at turret a lot that game. Despite having an Alistar, Alistar did miss a couple of knockups here and there, but Thresh can also flay Alistar away from him and away from Yasuo as well. So that didn't help either in that situation.
Oh yeah, and then just Alistar in general was just like tanking ults. Instead of it going over to the Draven, there's multiple times where we've seen, I think it was Illusion on the Yasuo, would dive in with the ulti, but it only got the Alistar.
Yeah.
The Draven was just free firing. And
Yeah.
honestly, it was doing exactly what they needed to do. Sure, like a couple pulverized combos may have been a little bit out of position, but that's still A-okay. You were
Mhm.
doing your job, you're the tank, diving on through, but just could not deal with that much damage.
Yeah. Nonetheless, again, very well played to both of the teams.
Absolutely.
I believe we are going to take a
Yes, we should have another one
Yes.
happening at 12 o'clock. So about another approximately 10-minute break before we hop into the next one, as I do believe we have Team Bots versus D to Dance. So should be another fun one, our final round robin one,
nice.
before we start getting into the actual playoff side of things. So more exciting high school action coming up here in the OFSEA Provincial Championships. Be sure not to go anywhere. Stick around. We'll be right back in a couple minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 3 of round 1. So now we have Team Bots versus D2 Dance. How are you feeling after seeing the first 2 games? And how are you feeling for this one?
Well, definitely still excited, of course. Game number 2 was actually remarkably closer compared to game number 1. That one definitely could have gone either way. However, Innovation clutching things up nicely. But now, of course, we have Christ the King out of Mississauga, and then we do have John McCrae.
We do.
Which is, I believe, Ottawa, if I recall correctly. So, double check myself. It is Ottawa, yes.
Yes.
So there we go. Okay, fact check myself live here on air. But yes, I like D the Dance because we all know F is for Flash, right?
It is. F is for Flash. That's how I go by. That's what I go by. All right. So, do you want to start by introducing Team Bots for us?
Let's
kind
take a
sir?
look. Yes, Team Bots. That's going to be out of John McCrae Secondary School. We are going to have yet another pattern here. You'll see shortly here. Up in the top lane, we have Alter 96. That's going to be Edward, grade 11.
Okay.
Used to be a Master Yi one trick.
Oh, that's no.
I think we all had a phase there when we were first starting up.
No, not me. Nope.
No?
Absolutely not. It's Jinx and only Jinx. Have you not learned this yet?
Have you ever played AP Master Yi when it was absolutely insane?
No, I wasn't playing when that started.
Okay.
I started season 6. So
it was fun. That was one of the first things I ever did in video editing wise was an AP Master Yi montage. I'll let you know that.
Oh my god.
That's
You're one of them.
It was fun pushing Q and watching the whole team die. But then we have in the jungle, we have Sieve. That's going to be Eric. Peaked at Plat 2 and still fighting to climb his solo Q rank. So far, so good there.
Oh, really?
Is apparently formerly a top 50 Master Yi player in North America, which is always cool. We have Tot Knife. That's going to be Stanley, also grade 11. Started playing League of Legends in grade 7 after being shown the game from a friend.
Okay.
And plays mid after watching the Faker play. The one that we were referencing earlier with Zed and with Doa casting it with Monty.
Yeah.
An iconic moment and been
Very
playing
iconic.
mid lane ever since. So that's pretty cool, Stanley. Meanwhile, we have Yais, a fellow Daniel, grade 11. Also used to be a Master Yi one trick.
What the?
And he says he has 2 competitive accomplishments.
Yeah.
One is that there was one ranked game where he was still level 3 at 20 minutes in.
How?
An accomplishment? I have no idea.
Even if you're AFK in base, that doesn't happen.
I know, so definitely an accomplishment in that regard. But then also went from bronze to plat in 1 season, so that's actually a
Very
remarkable
nice.
competitive achievement there.
I'm gonna one up you and say I went to gold to diamond. So
Oh, why you gotta be like that?
I'm sorry.
Then lastly here, Yusuf, that's going to be Trash But Toxic. Also grade 11, plays support Shaco as a one trick for the longest time. A former Saints OG Nakutaiken would be smiling right now. The fellow Shaco
I
one tricks.
need that username of his. Anyways,
Now, how about D to Dance?
D to Dance, they are from Christ the King Catholic Secondary School in Georgetown. So for the top lane, we have Wisest Doggo.
Wisest doggo. Only the wisest.
I like that username. His name is Jack Seguin. He is in grade 10. He used to be a Mordekaiser one trick. Just started
Solid.
playing League this year, actually.
Okay.
And he works at McDonald's with Josh and Gabe, who
Wow.
I'm assuming is down the line.
Yeah, that works.
Then for-
Teamwork on and off the rift.
Exactly. Then we do have Gutter 044 for the jungle. His name is Derek Tutt. He is in grade 12. Entire family are avid skaters and has always wanted to play high-level hockey.
Oh, very cool, actually.
Yeah. For mid laner, we do have Soccer Gabe. I'm gonna assume he works with the top laner. His name is Gabriel Sylvia.
Okay.
And he's in grade 12. He likes to play any character that says can do the funny. Hates when you pronounce a champion's name wrong. Works at McDonald's with Jack and Josh. Came 4th in cross country in grade 8.
I feel like we're going to be in for a world of hurt if I say someone's tag wrong then.
Stay calm, Dan. So we have an ADC.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to butcher that.
Safrika?
Safrika. His name is Josh Lapsley. Grade 12, can solve a Rubik's Cube, loves to play golf, and quote, is nasty at it.
Nasty golf, eh?
Stay in your seat, Dan. He also works at McDonald's with Jack and Gabe.
Oh.
It's insane. Oh my god. Is that her? Is that my champion?
Finally, yep.
Really quick for the support, we do have Sustenmed?
Let's take a look here.
Sustenmed?
Sustenmed?
Yeah. Justin Medi.
Oh, it's a combination of his name. I like.
Yeah.
As someone who did that with his own tag, I can appreciate that.
He is in grade 12 and he normally plays jungle, but being a solid support for this tourney and is currently starring in our school's production of High School Musical.
Oh, let's go.
A classic.
Absolutely.
Now, to do a quick run through the bands, for Team Bots, we have Misfortune, Yasuo, Hecarim, and Nunu, and then, Soraka as well. And then for D2 Dance, we have Victor, Volibear, Zaya, Twisted Fate, and Veigar. I'll let you talk about the picks.
Okay, because I feel like we would hang on one character specific if I let you do that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, so taking a look at the picks so far here for Team Bots out of John McCrae, we're gonna have a Malphite, which is just one of the tried and true tank characters up in the top lane, joined alongside the bot pair of Jinx and Leona.
Very happy.
Whether it be early game, but especially late game, that'll be scary. Speaking of late game, Cassiopeia making a second appearance so far in this tournament. It's going to be in the mid lane. But just keep her safe and let her get to late game. She'll be fantastic. Nocturne. First time we're going to see this character in this tournament. Is fantastic at diving in and being able to black out vision from everybody.
Yes, he
Meanwhile,
is.
side of D2 Dance, Mordekaiser, another fantastic bruiser up in the top lane. Jin going to be battling up against Jinx there in the bot lane. Yone is going to be more than likely mid, I would imagine, in this situation here. A little bit very similar to Yasuo of what we saw a little bit earlier. Very assassin-like.
Very.
Kayn going to be in the jungle, gets the opportunity to play either damage or tank. We'll have to see what they end up picking down the line.
I'm sure our jungler is very happy.
Absolutely, yeah. The fellow Kayn player himself, of course. And then Rakan, the final pick here for the side of D2 Dance down in the support line.
Yeah.
Basically, a nice little mixture of support plus engage.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited to see this gameplay. I'm sure everybody can take a guess of who my bets are on for a specific reason. But both team comps actually look really good so far. It looks like the Team Bots is going to do the same thing that we saw last time, where they have the, not the dive comp, but the I'm just going to kill you all as group comp. And then we also have the, for D2 Dance, it looks like they're going to be more of a pick comp. So I'm really excited to see how this plays out.
I was going to say, both of these teams feel a lot more standard-ish, if you know what I'm saying.
They are more standard.
It's not necessarily a theme to it, but they can still absolutely work together when the time comes here. So, of course, Team Bot's going to be on the left-hand side here, D2 Dance on the right. And let's see who manages to take themselves an early lead. In other games, we would already have like a kill or two by now. So a much more quieter start.
Very. But I'm really interested to see how each lane goes. The Cass versus Yone, I haven't ever really seen that. Because Cass is not played as much anymore after she got heavily nerfed a couple patches ago. But down in bot lane, D2 Dance is going to get the level 2 first, but they are not going to go for the engage yet. And then it just looks like it's the classic, I just want to farm and play safe until something, like I get a gank or something similar to that. Yone does look like he wants to go in for a little bit of damage here, but Cass, with her Fang, I forget which ability it is exactly, it's basically like an empowered auto attack. With that, she does get a little bit of poke on him instead.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's the Cassiopeia in this situation. That's all you can really harass with. As
Yeah.
soon as you use either of your other abilities, the Acid Puddle, or it'd be the burst damage one or the lingering one, that just gives the Yone the opportunity. It's like, hey, I can dive in on you and you can't hit me.
Exactly.
And like, you have to be very, very careful. The Twin Fangs there, she can fire off the E. You can definitely fire that off whenever, sure. Just don't use the other two abilities, otherwise you are going to be in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, it definitely just looks like everybody's poking each other down. One thing that I got really excited about is that I saw the Jinx's arcane skin, so that makes me even more happy.
Oh, jeez.
Both junglers are hovering around top and mid, so we might see a game coming in soon. Malphite is just staying at turret, so probably not likely for top, but we'll see about mid lane.
I mean, we know the arcane buff is real, right? So
Yeah.
fair enough. Fishbone's going to be coming out there, and then we do have the gank now in the mid lane. Soccer Gabe could be in for a world of hurt. That could have been troublesome, but is going to be able to get out just fine. No flash blown or anything, but still some solid harassment coming out of here for Tot Knife and Seed so far on the side of Team Bots.
Very nice play from the Yone. But the Cass is playing this lane extremely well just any time that he walks up, because Yone is melee and Cass is ranged, so she is able to get those autos in whenever he does try and walk up to get the CS. And it shows in the amount of CS that they have. Yone is a little bit further down than Cass at the moment, but who knows what will happen later on. Mordekaiser's going to go in here with the pull, but it looks like Malphite's going to walk out with no problem. Nocturne's hovering around bot. Looks like he's going to run into his Krug. Cass wants that kill.
Yeah, but being very passive and safe about it, though, not just going to recklessly dive. Wants to make sure they can get like one ability plus the Fangs to come on out here with all these minions coming through. Good little dodger from Gabe. You might be able to actually turn this. Ignite is there, and sure enough, he's going to turn and burn it. Soccer Gabe with the first blood.
No way that just happened. That's okay. That's one thing that I don't like about Yone. His shield on his W is so strong. You don't expect it, but it is. But very, very well played for him. Cass stepped up a little bit too far, and all he did was had to take advantage of it, and he ended up coming out.
You have to land your skill shot as a Cassiopeia.
Yep.
Either of those poison puddles would then, yes, sure, let you spam those Fangs for days. But you don't hit it, you're just going to run out of cooldowns, and all of a sudden you're just sitting there auto-attacking, which Cassiopeia is not very strong at. And the fact that Soccer Gabe was able to maneuver himself properly, just kind of dodge all the poison puddles. Sure, took a Twin Fang, but that was it. Meanwhile, down in the bot lane, engagement coming through, but it is going to be thwarted for just a moment. Root onto the Leona. Trash but Toxic does have the extra shielding or the extra armor up, so really did not take a whole heck of a lot of damage. And actually, Yais is going to be able to really put some pain here onto the opposing squad here of D to Dance. And honestly, D to Dance probably got the worst of that.
When did that happen up top? I thought Malf was low, not Mordekaiser.
I guess that kind of switched last second, but we'll have
Here
to
comes the
see.
king.
We could be coming right back down. Root there back on the Trash but Toxic. Does armor out. No, doesn't have the armor quite just yet. It's just, Sussin Med, though, is going to take a lot of damage as well, but going to get shielded up. These ganks feels really, really forced, and they're really not finding the value just yet, so it might be time to kind of let off for a second.
Well, I contradict that, but first, this Nocturne was found in the enemy jungle. Looks like Yone is trying to go in and pick up the kill on him. He is going to use the ulti just real quick, but Nocturne is going to flash away from him over the wall just as he's using his E to go back. One thing that I was about to say though, the Kayn, it might not look like his ganks are successful at all, but here's the thing: he needs to hit the enemies, specifically either melees or ranged people, in order to get orbs. Those orbs are going to help him transform into his actual champion. So then that's what we League players say. Like, he becomes an actual champion because he either goes tank or he goes assassin.
Right.
So
okay,
whoa.
Got him.
All right then.
Yeah, Wild Saga is going to end up dropping, but there's also actually here in the mid lane, Soccer Gabe going up against Dot Knife once again. They're both going to get out of dodge with just a sliver of health, but no ultimates on deck. It's just going to be a matter of, do these actually hit? Or never mind, you get your partner Nocturne and come fly on through. No mana here for Sieves, though. Very squishy still. The Nocturne can get tanky the later this goes on. Poison is on target. And perfectly done there from Dot Knife to just kind of clean up the kill. Found the poison, finds the fangs, finds the kill.
That was exactly like the Annie last
Very
game.
similar, absolutely.
Like just the flash ignite. It's the same thing with the flash and poison. It does way more damage than you always think it will do. But so far, like, very well played. I've been like kind of surprised with how well these team fights are turning out. Everybody's getting away with either just a sliver of health, and they're like using all their abilities to their full potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And even up in the top lane there, Alter was just absolutely able to capitalize. Had the ultimate, had a widest doggo on on next to no HP, lands the unstoppable force, and just basically instantly takes him out. Malphite, not really known to be damage oriented, but still, again, has a lot of damage, but you don't really expect it.
The cast is going in here trying to get as much
you're
damage
gone.
as possible, and she's just gonna pick up the kill with no issue. Was it that ground? Oh, that like it changes the game. It changes how the entire fight ends up going. And with Yone having multiple dashes being majority of his kit, didn't work out too well for him.
No, it just overstayed their welcome in that regard there. So compared to the other game where we saw Cassiopeia have a hard time off the start, right now Tot Knife there looking fantastic and is going to be an absolute threat the later this game goes. If you're already finding yourself some kills early on, then you better be very careful on the side of Dita Dance.
Yeah, this is very, very much like the very first game that we saw where I already forgot the name of the other team. There was Falcons and drawing a blank.
I don't know why I'm drawing a blank here as well.
But the opposing team against the Falcons, they were
HTT1.
Yes. HT, the HT team, they did have the Cass, but the thing is that Cass is very late game, but the rest of the champions weren't. Or no, they were. Sorry.
They were also late game focused that there was no cover. Meanwhile, this one, you can make plays early if you need to defend yourself. Speaking of which, here comes the Nocturne. Diving on in versus 3. The Leona Solar Flare going to make contact. Going to dive right on through. Jinx Rocket going to do some decent AoE across the board. Steve's front and center. Here comes Yai. He's on the Jinx. This is where we get excited. Charges on through. Sase going to barely get out of dodge. Battle up in the top lane as well. Alter getting extremely low alongside Widest Doggo, but Ultimate's still on deck. That could become something later on, but right now, Team Bots have the Dragon Control.
That was a great engage from both the Leona and the Nocturne there. We do see Cass just telling this Yona, you know what, no, you're not allowed to move. I'm just going to stop you from doing everything you thought you could do. This is like, what I was going to say about the teams is that for the side of Dita Dance, they do have a very, very late game team. But the good thing about Team Bots, they have a good mix of late game and early game. Nocturne is more of on the early game side of things. He does have a little bit more damage early than any other jungler. But Malphite, on the other hand, he's kind of more of a mid, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. We do see him going in with the ulti here and just picking up the kill and flashing out of the turret. Very well played. But as I was saying, the Cassiopeia and the Jinx are going to be insane late game. The only concern is if they can't close out the game in time.
Absolutely. And we do see Gutter actually here on the own. This is a bit of a level discrepancy, but that's also a massive health discrepancy. We'll have to see if he can finish the job here. He's not going to quite find it. These are some decent chunks coming out here from Alter. However, the ultimate's going to come on through, looking for two more shots, but wow, so tanky still. Soccer Gabe, or not Soccer Gabe, that's going to be Gutter, barely able to do enough damage to even get close to killing him.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying about Malphite. He has so much health and so much armor and magic resist. It's like, oh my god, just please, I just want one kill, just one. Nocturne is going to come around and invade their jungle real quick and probably pick up a kill on the Yone here. That's what I was saying. The Nocturne is very early game versus the rest of the team that are very late game. Might also pick up the kill on Kayn here. He's going to try and find him in the bush. Kayn is going to flash out and walk back into base to escape the nightmare of Nocturne.
I was going to say the level advantage was not in Gutter's favor there. It's at level 7 compared to Sieve's level 8. And this...
oh my god!
Yeah.
Wow.
You don't want to get close to the Snakey there. Tot Knife absolutely punishing that situation. Does have enough innate burst to get a character like that down. Gutter is going to get punished. And another beautiful elimination coming out here from Tot Knife, continuing that strong mid-lane presence for eliminations on their record as of this moment. Soccer Gabe's got a lot of catching up to do in terms of level. That being said, still has some decent damage. Is going to have to go back, though, because you could see, as soon as Soccer Gabe didn't have the jump on Tot Knife, he just got shredded.
Yeah.
But if you are able to burst Tot Knife, that level of discrepancy might not quite matter.
Yeah, Tot Knife is at that point for as Cass, where he's gonna look at anybody and said, "Oh, you want to fight me? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you really want to take this fight? Because I don't think that's a good idea." But overall, very well played from side of Team Bot. They have D to Dance really suppressed right now, and they're not able to get the items that they need in order to make it to late game.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious to see how long this game goes, to be honest. It is 8-1 to kills, and it looks like bots are about 4K ahead of D to Dance, about to be 5. So we're definitely in for an interesting match right now.
Yeah, lots of eliminations on the board for Team Bots, but we do see, of course, the gold in the bottom there. Just the comparisons between the lane opponents, and right now it's just pretty much all signs looking towards the bots, exception of that support lane. And yeah, Wildest Dog, he's just been he's been roleplayed like the D to Dance like properly, like using it as a mission statement of sorts, just dancing all over the rift here and continuing to try and fight their way back. Having a hard time as of right now, but still holding his own in their own right. But Dragon coming up within a minute's time. A little bit of vision coming through for the side of Team Bots, which will help out a little bit later, assuming those wards stick around. But this mid turret might go down too, especially since Shelly's here to play.
Fights are coming out all around the map. Cass is going to have to drop her little swamp at Yoni's feet there to get him to back off, just so that they can pick up the turret with no issues. Nocturne is going to walk into the jungle here, try and pick out the Kane, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Just going to pick up the camp and probably say, alright, see ya, I'll talk to you guys later. I'll be in your base later, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Now, at least D to Dance was able to take care of the Rift Herald, take care of Shelly before any damage really happened on that second turret.
Ooh.
However, we do have the engage down in the bot lane, trying to get Spherica on the Jhin, but it's going to force them to kind of change their target, like mid-fight. So they did some decent split damage. The Rocket's going to come through as well from Yais, but it is not quite going to get the job done. The flash away was beautifully done there. That being said, though, battle here inside of the red side jungle, not quite going in the favor of the D to Dance squad, as Gutter is now going to be shredded. We see Alter didn't want to go in for the KS.
Ooh.
In fact, is just going to line up the next elimination, and this is just absolute money across the board here from Team Bots. This is going to be an ace across the field, plus turrets.
It's an ace, a turret, at 15 minutes.
You don't see that too often.
Team Bots are not messing around.
No, not at all.
The flash from the Mordekaiser, I felt that in my soul. That was painful to watch, but I know how he feels. It's always hard to estimate or trying to guess where that Malphite ulti is going to hit. And as I did explain earlier about the orbs that Kane has to collect, see, as you can see that his icon changed. And
that's
now,
tank version, right?
Yeah, we call it Red Kane.
Red Kane.
Yeah. So basically, I'm Red Kane because I have red hair. He is going to try and go in on the Malphite here, though. Trying to get the knockup off on him, but he's not able to. While we have a little bit of time, do you know the difference between Red and Blue Kane or no?
All I know is one does more damage than the other. That's it.
All right, so Red Kane, he's able to regen and he's able to get more health back whenever he uses an ability on someone. He is more tanky, so he has more armor, magic resist, all that fun stuff, and health. And then to kick everything off, his W now knocks anybody up. We do see Leona ulti coming through, though. Rakan ulti is also going to come through. Nice Jinx snipe with the rocket. I know how good that feels all the time. Everybody's going down like flies, though. Wow, that was an amazing fight.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, this is exactly what Team Bot just need to do. If they just death ball like this, I don't think they can really be stopped. We've seen in other games so far, like this morning, where if a team groups up like this and pushes, they can easily just get kind of counter AoE'd. However, that is not necessarily the fact here with this squad from D to Dance. They technically have like very little to no area of effect damage. They have to try and pick somebody off, if anything.
Yeah.
So if they just death ball it like this, I don't know how they can actually be stopped.
Look at all of those bounties for Team Bots. We have 200 gold bounty for Malphite, 500 gold bounty for Nocturne, 700 for Cass, and 700 for Jinx. And sadly, Leona's left out of the fun.
That's okay.
Ooh, Cass does look like she wanted to pick up another killer on the King, but wasn't able to. They don't even know that he's in this bush. This is why vision is so important.
Absolutely.
Of course, the ward was dropped right after I said that.
And then, of course, like Trash but Toxic. I know in terms of looking at the scoreboard specifically, may not necessarily look that impressive, 0-0-5, but of course, like you're just the influencer to other people's engagements. It's like, can we turn this fight? Can we turn this fight? She's just sitting there with a gigantic shield. Guys, I don't think we want to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
And just the mere presence, while not necessarily being something on the scoreboard, is going to be absolutely threatening. And that is a combo and a half right there. Beautiful engage from Alter. And the slows and stuns are coming on through. Rocket from downtown is going to go sailing right by. Sieved here for the kill secure. And that is going to be 3 members down. Inhibitor, without question, is going to fall here. Widest Doggo and Sustin, the only ones left here to try and defend. There isn't necessarily minions right now, so I don't think they're going to be able to finish per se. They might try it anyway.
I think they're forcing it.
But they very well could go for a Baron or something instead. But actually, now that there is minions, it might be time to play.
I think they are trying to force the end here. Mordekaiser did end up using the ulti to keep the Jinx out of the team fight, but Jinx is fighting for her life, trying her best to stay alive in order to help everybody else out. Yone also is going to come through and get 4 people in the knockup. Jinx is going to pick up 2 kills though, and she's going to focus. See, seems like she's trying to focus the Yone, try and get him out of the fight, as he is the person who's dealing the most damage right now. Rakan's going to come back in, try and pick up the last kill on Malphite. Jinx is trying to kite as much as possible. She's able to pick up the Yone, keep going with the passive for the Rakan, is able to get the heal off, but she did pick him up with the W, and it looks like they just want to close out this game. It's 25-4. Oh my god.
I mean, I definitely get the urge to want to end it right there, but in turn, you did give over a couple bounties to the side of D to Dance because they were able to get some picks here. Granted, they did end up just going on to Sustin as well as Soccer Gabe, so which, to be fair, like Soccer Gabe wouldn't get some more damage. If the Yone there is able to actually like jump on the Jinx or something, that could still be very, very scary. But it really has to line up like perfectly. In terms of items, in terms of like how much damage or tankiness like the side of D to Dance has, they're definitely behind compared to the side of Team Bots right now. But this does now allow for the side of Team Bots to refocus themselves onto this Baron. They're going to try and 3-player it as of this moment. And this could be a chance for D to Dance to get back if they could somehow steal this. Because we can see Baron here, Young Gibraltar is going to just be doing tons of AoE damage across the numbers of Team Bots. Maybe not as much as I expected, though, because they just actually shredded that.
Yeah, they melt the Baron very, very, very easily with Cass and Jinx. Both. The Cass doesn't seem like she would have a lot of attack speed, but she really does whenever she does use her Twin Fangs. But it does look like the Yone was able to finally get his mythic item. So that would definitely put a stop to how fast he's getting killed, because Immortal Shield Bow, what it does is when you're below a certain amount of health, you get a shield and you get insane lifesteal. So we might see a little bit of a turnaround here, but we're not too sure yet. Malphite is going to push up top lane to make sure that he can distract some of the players. It looks like they might try and pick up the dragon just before going back in the base, but Leona is ready. She is on the side of the wall wanting to go in. Everybody's going towards top lane for the Malphite right now while they do pick up the drag, just as I predicted, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so that's going to be Dragon number 3, so that's even an additional extra win con now in the pocket here for Team Bots. If they really wanted to stall this one out, just wait up for another Baron and another Dragon, go in with both Baron buff and the Dragon Soul buff. But I honestly don't think they need it at this point. We do see here Yai's just going to be pushing up the bot lane. The rest of the cavalry is just up ahead. Leona and Tot Knife, Crash with Toxic, all ready to move. Sieved there as well. And then Alter has the TP, can just go right back to the bot lane if a team fight does end up breaking out. So this is just like beautifully done here. Soccer Game's going to try and do some poke, and you are going to get punished basically instantly. Sieved dives on through, just going to find the first initial kill on the Soccer Game. Trash with Toxic, there we go, going to get on the board as well. Does find the fellow supporter of Sustin, and they're just going to keep on diving through. Saphirica not going to be long for this world, and Gutter goes down as well. The 2 tanks are going to slap it out in the top lane, but it doesn't matter. The base is already dead. Beautifully done from Team Bots to secure this round-robin game.
That was such a sweep for Team Bots. Again, all those bounties. Like, Cass just lost her bounty, and she already has another 400 gold bounty on her. That's insane.
No, absolutely. And honestly, just Team Bots felt like they had the control, essentially, the whole game. It wasn't necessarily like a blowout, but it felt like anytime some sort of skirmish happened, you had a feeling that the Team Bots were taking it on on their
Yeah.
own terms. That they weren't caught off guard. Like if they lost somebody, they usually at least traded it, so to speak. Meanwhile, Dia the Dance was definitely within like striking distance, but at some point near that mid game, things just kind of started falling apart.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there for the Mordekaiser up in the top lane, just never really had enough gold to make himself a true presence. For
Yeah.
being the tank when was unfortunately getting drops extremely quickly, which had a lot to do just with the Malphite there on the side, Alter on the side of Team Bots. For being able to take a character that's not usually seen as much of a lane dominant character, but to still win that lane as hard as they did, meant there was no front line for the rest of the team to really stand behind, and it just absolutely just got the snowball rolling there for the side of the Bots.
Yeah, that's the thing with always picking those really late game team comps. You have to make sure. I would always want to have at least one early game to make sure that we do have some sort of balance to keep us steady, so that then we can scale later on. And I feel like Dia the Dance just didn't have that opportunity because, again, they were kind of just suppressed in every single lane. There wasn't a lot of kills bought initially, but like once that ball started rolling, once like that doesn't stop at all, and we got to see that too. I know it's like a joke and all that I'm like the Jinx main of St. Clair, but she is a really, really strong champion. And when she does get that passive off, she's just running at you. And we were able to see that she was picking up kills after kills after kills. And it worked out fantastic.
Yeah, right after that first initial dragon fight down in the river, like it was the opportunity. Like I think a couple kills went over to the jungler, but at the same time, I do believe the Jinx was able to like snag one or two. And I mean, you know, right? You get the one kill, all of a sudden you got to get excited. You can just charge on through. And at the very minimum, if another elimination does happen, you're at least getting assist money.
Exactly.
And that just jump started your economy to be able to build that much extra damage. And with no heavy tank, the Kayn couldn't get moving. Nobody could dive on that Jinx or the Cassiopeia for that matter.
No,
they were just left open to just like my team go burr. And
Yeah.
just like light them all on fire.
The Cassiopeia, beautiful, amazing plays by her. It was incredible. Especially, I loved the kill on the Kayn under turret. Just Kayn walks up, you know, I'm just gonna clear the minions for my mid laner, be a little bit helpful, trying to reset the wave. No, Cass is just gonna tell you no and ult you. It was a really good play and a perfect one too, because that just shut him, or not shut him down, but took him out of fights for a little bit, so that then they were able to pick up other objectives around the map.
Absolutely, and of course the support line there, the bots absolutely keeping these nice and safe there for Cassio and Jinx, but at the same time too, also big shout out to Steve, to the jungler, who was oftentimes that finishing blow in case the Jinx couldn't get the kill or the Cassio couldn't get the kill. That way, just dives on through, or just setting up the ganks as well. Just constant support, even support with a little bit of extra damage, and just absolutely made it difficult for anybody on the side of Dia the Dance from Christ the King to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, but either way, very well played from both teams. Again, every team that we've seen today, they've played amazing.
Oh, absolutely.
They've like you can. I'm really happy because it's like it reminds me of when I first started playing. So every single team very well played. We're very happy that we're able to stream your games and get to cast them for you today. We are, I believe, going to take a longer break than what we did before.
Possibly.
We have to see.
Yeah, we're going to be moving out of the round robin phase and going to be moving into our top 8 bracket. All the matches are still going to be best of 1, even the finals when we get there. So it's going to be still very volatile, very like high intensity matches coming on up. I think the schedule, if I do take a look, I think it said 1:30, so we'll have ourselves another small break. But that being said, we're just getting into the nitty gritty, I guess, the really good stuff coming on up. More action on the way in just a moment.
Yeah.
Got something?
Stay tuned, and we hope to see you again. And if I'm not here, don't be worried. I'll come back eventually.
Fair enough. We'll see y'all soon.
clearly one of the biggest, if not the biggest, growing entertainment industry in the world. And esports is at the forefront of taking this medium of video games and bringing it into the sports entertainment sphere.
We watch anything. We watch sports. We watch something because somebody is able to do something so much better than we ever can, and we enjoy watching that. It is no different for me watching someone play a video game and doing it so well versus someone on a football field being able to do something I also can't do.
The whole experience of traveling out here, we're really blessed that he has this opportunity.
He's on top of the world. Getting the chance to do what he loves on an arena stage like this is probably a once-in-a-lifetime activity for a lot of kids.
Pretty surreal. I mean, that she is in this level of competition, this level of expertise in the game in such a short period of time, and the amount of teamwork that results in an achievement like this is amazing.
So another opportunity for Carson is that he's building a lot of life skills, mentoring the kids, especially the freshmen on the team, and also being a leader, building skills that he'll use for his lifetime.
I see a really great future in that there's so many different opportunities and jobs available for these students as they start to go through college and think more about their careers. Esports touches so many disciplines of education that it really doesn't matter what these kids are interested in. If they have a passion for video games, they can take that passion and pair it with their other interests, whether it's audio, commentating, graphic design, anything like that. We need everybody in esports from all sorts of different jobs, and that's kind of the future I see, is that the industry itself will be more developed to be able to offer those jobs to these kids once they get to that point.
There's so much that goes on behind the scenes in both high school level and in the gaming community that just isn't seen. It's not all about just playing a game or going pro. There's so many opportunities within esports.
As a parent of a girl who is in esports, I would definitely encourage them to pursue their passion.
Well, I think it's great that my parents support me in esports, especially because I know a lot of parents in gaming, they think it's a waste of time.
I mean, from our experience, I think you have to be patient. You have to trust your kid. For a long time, we knew he was in the basement 2 to 3 hours a night playing games.
Parents really need to make the effort to respect what their kids are playing, understand what video games they're playing, and try to understand that appreciation, that passion that young person might have for video games, and respect that.
And he has really good chemistry with his teammates, so to be able to do it with 5 other players, I think is a dream come true for him.
It's amazing that we're on a national stage. She's a freshman on the varsity team, the 7th man, and it's been a great, wonderful opportunity to see how she can be a part of a team.
A lot of people think that we're just playing video games for fun, but it's a team game. So we all have to communicate, we all have to prepare, practice, spend hours together just perfecting our craft.
You might find that you really enjoy it too. Video games are something that everybody can enjoy, no matter what age you are, no matter what background you come from. So sit down and play. You might find out that you're kind of discovering a new hobby you didn't know you loved.
And there's an immense amount of opportunities for any student that wants to get involved in the industry. They just have to know where to start looking.
We're really proud of him.
There are two very different avenues that we utilize esports here at Samuel Academy. One of them is in the after-school space, the actual gaming, and our kids do play after school Monday through Thursday, typically 4 days a week, and they practice games, and we have, you know, matches against other schools, no different than our basketball team goes and plays another school as well. It's the same thing.
Alright, so this is our esports room. We have our Overwatch team, which is right here.
I'm gonna throw an orb in the window.
They're practicing for our upcoming competition, which is pretty important to them. I know that this is offered with scholarship money, so they're practicing as a team. We obviously have some League of Legends players.
And then how do I upgrade it?
So you can buy one of these bigger items. The more expensive, usually the better the item.
I think I got her? Yeah. We have some people over here playing Fortnite.
Alright. At 30.
There's always been a subset of kids that are kind of hard to reach at any high school. They don't play a sport, they're not involved in a whole lot of clubs or activities, but they love video gaming. What this after-school space has allowed us to do is really to create some academic accountability.
Guys, just let me know if you guys need me to ult.
So the after-school space has been great. They're learning how to stream, they're learning how to build websites and shoutcast and stuff like that.
And I've already asked at least 50 people.
We just need budget right now. Dominic already told me we have a sustainability.
Are we trying to get these kids to be professional gamers? Professional gamers, they're doing it 12, 14, 16 hours a day. And in my opinion, that's not real healthy, right? And in the NFL, less than 1% of the employees in the NFL are the actual players. So what's the other 99%, right? Whether you're in marketing, or you're in HR, or you're in hospitality, so no different than esports. So we're trying here, through our after-school class and in the English classes, to get these kids to find what they're passionate about and expose them to different careers. Whatever it is, but we all need that outlet, that thing that we're passionate about, and they're going to do it anyway. Might as well make it a healthy situation.
You're boys, let's go! Esports is very close, and video games in general are very close to our hearts, and we like to play video games a lot. So I think it's a growing space. It's a great medium to share your talents. Yeah, this is our esports club. It's pretty cool.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to the OFSEA League of Legends High School Tournament here. Today we are going to have Team Bots and D to dance in the semifinals, or quarterfinals matchup, as our first one today. It's going to be John McCrae versus Christ the King. Danners, how you doing today?
This was actually our matchup from last time by. We do have, of course, Scion versus the Reading Royals. Going to be this one. Still John McCrae there for the side of Scion. However, the Royals, that's going to be Bishop PF Reading, if I do recall correctly. Still going to be excited. We haven't gotten an opportunity to see these teams specifically during the round robin phase of things. So we're going to be looking forward to seeing what kind of differences they end up picking.
What kind of compromise, right? Like, what can you do to change things to try to make yourself have a little bit more of a favorable win in the quarterfinals? What can you do to try to give yourself an edge over the opponents? That is the big question here right now between John McCrae and Christ the King. And we see the start of the draft coming through. We do see a Zoe ban. We do see, I believe that is Misfortune unbanned, or Zoe, sorry, unbanned, banned there. And you know me, I'm fresh on the back end saying Zoe, and it gets me all confused here, but no worries. Yeah, so the few bans coming through here, all 6 bans for both teams are decided, and we actually got our first pick here now as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The players absolutely flying through this draft, eager to get underway. First pick here for the side of Scion is going to be the Darius, and then oddly enough, counterpicked right away from the Royals is Scion. So Scion doesn't get to play Scion, but they get to play against Scion. And then Morgana going to be picked up to follow that one up. So we've got crowd control for days to start things off here.
Yeah, pretty ironic that Scion is not on Scion here in this matchup. I found that pretty funny, but here we go. Seeing more of these picks do come through here now for both of these two teams. And the Royals, I believe they did come away with the first one, right? Or no, Team Bots did. Scion did come away with that first one, if I'm correct.
Yeah, Bots ended up getting the victory during the round robin stage. But of course, Scion being the separate squad here, they had themselves a really good round robin phase. I do believe they went 3-0, so a solid squad in their own right. They are going to pick up the Graves and then the Twitch, which is a character we do not get to see a whole heck of a lot in competitive settings. So looking forward to seeing that. And then Ezreal going to be picked up for the side of the Royals.
I feel like we've been saying that all day. You know,
it's nice to be honest.
Yeah, champs that are not typically in meta, not in the competitive setting. This might be more of a comfort picks. This might be more, you know, their mains that they usually go to, and that's what we're kind of coming through with here in these games. But regardless, with that being said, we are getting so many new champs getting selected here in this whole day. As I mean, we've been here since 10 a.m. on the channel, right? And we've seen lots of out of the ordinary picks, and it is a blast here because it really just makes the game exciting. I feel like after the meta is there for a while, the game starts to you watch the same thing kind of repeat over and over in the draft, but we're getting lots of surprises here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like you're saying, the personal picks coming out, trying to figure out how you can take everybody's personal pick to then make a comp out of it or a style out of it. Or sometimes everybody just like buggers off and does their own thing. And it's like, okay, meet me in mid at like 20 minutes and we'll make a fight out of this. But to be honest, some of the best teams we've seen have had some fantastic theming, some fantastic like strategy involved around some unconventional picks. Like even this one that we're seeing here out of Scion, they have a bit of a stealthy thing kind of going on here between the Twitch and the Nico. So 2 characters we don't see a whole heck of a lot. Yet that is very scary alongside the Lulu. Meanwhile, on this side of the Royals, we do have the Shyvana, which we don't see very often, and then Zed.
Yeah, and then I'm just going to quickly go over here now the information for John McCrae, the Team Scion here. They are from Ottawa, and then a quick shout out to the coach, because coaches do not get enough recognition. So quick shout out there to Tyler and Nugent, who is the coaches there for the team of Scion. But then if we do look at their top lane, it should be, we do have Nefaris.
Nefaris.
Okay, so Nefaris is going to be playing that top lane. He's going to be in grade 11 here right now. Doraemon is his favorite anime. You might be able to correct me on that one, but Doraemon
Your guess is as good as mine on that one.
His favorite food is shawarma. I can't blame the guy. Shawarma is solid. And then we do have it looks like, yeah, that's a bit mid of the information. But then we do have our mid jungle as it is going to be Sita and Amanda. Oh, man,
that was the one earlier I was saying, like, how do I say this, guys?
Yeah. So it's
interesting.
Seat and Amata. So Seat and Amata, he's going to be in grade 11 as well. And Dormont is his favorite anime. And then mid, we got It's Danny DeVito. ADC, we got Cap is Reformed. And then our support, we got Jitty, which is also in grade 11. So a lot of the grade 11 squad here. Scion.
The one thing I find really funny, for It's Danny DeVito, that's all it says. It just says, It's Danny DeVito. Okay, no questions asked. Fair enough in that regard. Meanwhile, the side of Reading Royals, first off, shoutouts to the Reading Royals. They had 5 entries into this tournament. So the fact that they have just that much interest at their school, that's absolutely amazing.
25 league players.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's absolutely crazy. So props to them in that regard. Meanwhile, though, for this D squad here, I mean, sounds like D squad, sounds like I'm insulting them, but no, this is actually a fantastic squad in their own right. We got Plindle. And let's see. It says favorite color is purple and he likes rats. I mean, we do have a Twitch, so fair enough on the squad. Then in the jungle, we are going to have Shicely, going to be playing the Shyvana as we see this time by. 17 years old and loves listening to Silk Sonic. Not quite sure what that one is. That's okay. Then we have Evan, that's going to be Leuven, grade 12. Is a pianist and a magician. We have Mega Noob. Sounds like my own insult into my own solo queue games. I'm an absolute Mega Noob. Another fellow piano player as well as a 12th grader. And then last but not least, down on the support role, going to be Daniel Cassis. It's going to be D-Knight, who enjoys traveling, which fair enough, that could absolutely be fantastic. I know personally, once we start getting into land season again, I'm going to love that.
It'd be nice to get away from this Ontario weather lately. I mean, it's been very on and off with us.
Made up its mind.
Yeah, exactly. But Dan, this is one of the games that you know, my solo queues might be more newbie than you here in this one. And this is a game that you know, I'm not as familiar with, but we are going to be seeing some good farm coming through here very early on for Scion, just trying to get this gold up and get a good advantage here over the Royals. In the start of this game, they are going to be in the blue, as we do see the Royals in the red coming through in this one. The first 2 minutes, not a whole lot of action coming through. We did see a couple early kills in these past games, but not as much in this one for the first 2 minutes at least. We do still have a few minutes to go. If there's any kill before 5 minutes, that is definitely still an early kill.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of if we're going to see one, which side does it come out of, and I'm going to guess it's probably going to be the bot lane on the side of the Royals with that Ezreal Morgana. With the Dark Binding that Morgana can fire out could lock you down for a very, very long period of time. And if you pair that up with the puddle alongside the burst damage that Ezreal can provide, that could very well be the case. But there's always a chance of this wet noodle fight up in top lane going awry.
Oh, look at this. He will be able to make his way back out to turret dive there, and not able to push in is going to be the side of Scion. As they're still, you know, 2.5 minutes through here, and a good amount of damage has been inflicted, but no kills have been yet to come through here between these two teams. As we do see these minions just going at it, and some of the farm coming through for both these respective teams as well. D-Knight will actually take quite a bit of damage there, but he is going to be forced off the gunfight. Or not the gunfight, I guess. It is going to just be the fight in general.
I was going to say, you're the guy who picks Graves and then tries to right-click to aim down your sights in a MOBA. That
is what I would do. I mean, if I was to play, that is what I would do.
What do you mean I can't aim down sights? You just click on it. But no, it's still funny nonetheless. Just kind of trading out back and forth. Relatively even in regards to minion kills early, with the exception of a little bit of extra dominance there from Ferris in the top lane. Just taking a small lead for himself, but overall relatively quiet start to this one. To start off our quarterfinals is a little bit of a nice change considering the amount of chaos that we saw during the round robin. Now that all these teams have made it into the top 8, they want to make it a little bit further. They're going to play a little bit safer because these are all still best of ones.
The pressure is definitely on. I mean, you were just saying right there that these are still all best of ones, and that makes it have so much more of an impact. You lose your draft one time, you mess up your draft one time, and it could screw you out of this whole tournament. But look at this. We are going to be seeing the side of the Royals have a nice little play going on. A lot of damage inflicted over to the side of Scion, but no kills still coming through in the first 4 minutes, and it's going to be right back to the turret for the side of the Royals. So a pretty even one here now, and you know, all we've seen all game here so far is tons of damage inflicted, but no kills actually coming through. So I'm only assuming it's only a matter of time until we find some sort of an opening on the map. But as of right now, I mean, I would say that both teams are fairly even. Both teams have taken a significant amount of damage and regained it, and they've put themselves right back into this fight.
Yeah, overall, taking a look again, we have about 30 seconds or so before the first dragon does make its appearance. I don't think we'll see anybody really make a challenge out of it. Neither of these junglers are that fantastic at trying to sneak a solo in, but they could very well pick it up if there's some extra teammates around them. But of course, that would require having the teammates there ready to go. We probably won't necessarily see any major threats until level 6, which the mid lane is right around the corner. from getting it. I do believe Leuven on that Zed, like, comboed up properly. You could get close to getting the one-shot combo onto its Danny DeVito, but otherwise should just be Farmville for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, Farmville indeed. It's like a Facebook game here right now, Dan. But no, it is going to be Royals and Sion still. Yeah, just I didn't even stalemate here, just fighting, trying to get this poke damage, trying to farm up, and that is the start of the game for League of Legends. I'm happy to see that both these teams are taking this game very seriously with us being in quarterfinals, and they're playing it very, very well here. This is what you should be doing in the first 5 minutes of your League of Legends game, is farming up and getting your abilities, you know, getting your anything that you need as an asset here to help you out, help your champ out going forwards in this map. But it is going to be Danny DeVito pretty weak, and here we go. It is the dive indeed. It's Danny DeVito will be tagged down, and the first blood will come through. The Royals will find that one.
And pop, and the Nico's dead. Nicely done there from Leuven to absolutely capitalize on this. I think they got the level 6 either at the same time or just before it's Danny DeVito. Yeah, actually Danny DeVito is still level 5, so was able to get the experience lead, absolutely capitalized on it, had the ultimate, dove in. Nothing that it's Danny DeVito can do, because as soon as that mark's on you, enough damage gets applied and you're just going to end up popping in that case here. That being said, up into the top lane, we have a gank coming.
Yeah, that gank is going to work out there, and that's going to even up the kills now at 1-1, but look at this. That is going to be some more damage inflicted here. Almost. That is the side of Sion trying to find the kill. So close, so much damage was inflicted, but the TP out will work out for the side of the Royals, and they will get away with their lives. But look at this map control that has been gained for Sion here. Now they're making their way towards the turret here, Dan.
Yeah, of course, Sion, one of the few characters, or his main I guess passive you could say, is when he does go down, he does become a zombie for just a couple seconds, and nearly going to trade out there with Faris, but able to get out of dodge in that regard. But still, between the minion kills for Faris and the extra elimination on top of this, this Darius is going to be the possibility of like Ricky levels of scary, if you know what I'm saying. But that being said, we could have ourselves a gank in this bot lane. The side of the Royals are a little bit weak, but they do have the numbers advantage. Another Shiesty is going to opt against it. Might have been too scary.
Might have been too scary indeed. I mean, they're just playing this one very passive. Now, knowing that you are in quarterfinals, you're in this elimination stage where only one loss will take you out of this fight. It is going to make these teams really think about each play so much more. And I really hope that it doesn't hinder them on making plays they would usually make because of, you know, their stress, anxieties there. So I'm really hoping that they can still close things out for both of these teams here right now. But it is going to be a little bit more of a fight towards the top lane. Not a whole lot coming from it, but 4 players all in the bot lane right now. And this one could get interesting here soon.
Big damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt, and they are approaching the turret.
Yeah, Cap nearly finding the poison ticks necessary to get the elimination there onto D-Knight, but D-Knight is going to get out alive. Do they have the ultimate? He wants to get that extra little chop, but he's not going to find it. Plindle is going to live, but you can see how difficult this is. Even item-wise, instantly going for armor instead of anything else because you're just trying to survive your lane, and they having a hard time even necessarily doing that. Right now, Virus doubling the minion kill number of Plindle right now. So just a very, very difficult time here for Plindle, trying to find any sort of gold he can, but Virus is just in his face constantly.
Yeah, double is a crazy amount to be up by here right now on that top lane side. Scary amount to be down by here for sure if you are from the side of Pindle. But Pindle is going to be trying to claw his way back into this one, as we do see 2 members of Sion here trying to force out some pressure for the side of the Royals. Will we see any support come through? Not as of yet, as this fight in mid lane is still going on, as players are trying to find what they can do with this one. But still, Dan, we have not seen a game as passive as this, as slow as this all day long.
Yeah, like we actually made the comment a little bit earlier. It's like, okay, you watch like higher level league, and a lot of times it can be a lot of time between each elimination, and then like lower levels it gets a little bit more chaotic. But it seems like that might be the case. These teams both playing extremely well, extremely cautiously, and it also has the caveat as well of you're no longer in round robin. Like these matches, like one and you're done. Yeah. So people aren't necessarily as eager or as reckless, I guess, to make some big plays, but still interesting in that regard. One thing I do want to give a quick shout out to as right now is it's Danny DeVito. Did go down early with that gank, or no, that initial attack there from Leuven, but came right back into lane and just kept focusing on eliminating minions, getting golds that way. So even though, yeah, sure, you lost your life once, you're still pretty much neck and neck with your lane opponent because you got those minions.
The minions are definitely a huge asset here right now to help with that gold coming through. 10 minutes are now passed, and we only see 2 kills on the board, so that will probably change here in the near future as we do see a little bit of a fight over here now towards the bot lane turret for the side of the Royals, but once again, nothing will be coming from it. So the minions are just going to be fighting this one out. The minion advantage will come through for the side of Sion. It's going to force these members of Royals back here now and to play a little bit slower. So both these teams are doing a great job of finding their control when needed and playing it very, very passive. They're not giving these risks. They're not giving free kills over to the opposite team.
No, not at all. Absolutely much more cautious. As of right now, just under, or just over rather, a 1,000 gold lead difference. We do see the attack coming down. Mega Noob's biting off too much. Can he chew? And that is going to be the expunge, taking care of both of them. Click, click, boom, you're dead.
Yeah, that's going to be massive for Sion there. It was a 1-to-1 kills in this game. Now a 3-to-1. 2 kills both going to come through. And it is the respawn time, I believe, was hovering around 20 seconds here. So we will see Dark Knight make his way right back into this game. And the Mega Noob will be back into this game here now. But a lot of time still taking off the clock. And this does give the opportunity here now to Sion to make their way to all of these turrets, get a ton of damage off, maybe potentially knock a couple down, and find yourself more openings throughout the map.
A big gank here in the mid lane. Nice little juke. Here comes Shiesty too. Dragon form coming through. And somehow, Leuven was extremely low, but is going to survive. A little bit of a duel now in the middle. Shotgun versus Dragon. Who's going to win? I think it's going to be the shotgun. Shiesty is going to trade at least. So close. Are they going to commit? Lulu with the save to keep Seat in this one. Leuven still fighting, but he does find the twitch on the side of Sion. Cap is reformed, coming in with the crossbow, and this fight still isn't done.
Yeah, this fight is still prolonging here now. It has been going on for about a minute or so as we do have Pindle very, very weak just on this turret, and you do see the side of Nefaris really trying to find this kill. He's going to inflict a lot of damage to the turret, but will not find that kill. Now we do see Pindle starting to make his way out a little bit more to try to find some sort of an opening.
Yeah, that was actually kind of close there. Pindle did not have the ultimate available, so couldn't charge necessarily at them there. For the most part, Sion, the character, is just very immobile, very like brute, right? So it's just hard to get moving. But staying out of range of some of those axe swings from Ferris, keeping him alive, making it so that he's still just only down the one elimination compared to another. And then he just kind of caught the Royals wanting to get aggressive, but maybe it not being the right idea in that bot lane specifically there. Mega Noob going point blank basically up against Cap and Jitty there in the bot lane and just instantly paid for it. And Twitch just being one of those characters that are really good at finishing off the eliminations as well. Once those poison stacks are on, you have the ability to just basically drain them for big damage depending on how many stacks you have. So nicely done there from Cap, and I like what he's doing. He's no longer just like sitting in bot lane. He's looking for additional things, making the rest of his other teammates get big boosts as well, and maybe just setting up for a dragon, because that's maybe another thing that I didn't really notice, is somehow, somewhere down the line, the Royals did get the first dragon,
yeah, I didn't
but Sion's going to get the second one.
Yeah, I did not even pick up on that first dragon going gone in favor of the side of Royals. Yeah, potential snipe coming through, but it will not work out. It is going to be the blue team still with the dragon, that being Sion, leaving us now at 1 dragon apiece. 4k health advantage here right now, currently in favor of Sion as well, and that what makes me believe that Sion will have the upper hand in the remainder of this game. Just having such a few thousand gold advantage so early on in matchups like this have some key importance.
I mean, this twitch on the side of the Sions are going to make me very nervous, as we do see another gank up here in the top lane. I don't think you're long for this one, by this world here, Ferris. Dragon takes him down.
Yeah, it's now 2 players, both over here on the back end of things, trying to get something started here for the side of the Royals. With an initial kill will put them up to a 4, and they are looking for a 5 here now to even up these numbers between these two teams. You've seen a little bit of engagement coming down, and saying DeVito will inflict some damage here before ultimately falling off that angle, as the former opponent will draw back over into the turret. It's going to be Standing DeVito here now, just slaying out the minions, and this is what we've kind of been seeing all day. Farm up, farm up, farm up, and get into one kind of small engagement when you can. But I really want to see one of these big team fights here soon, Dan.
I mean, it would be wise for Scion to try and pull that off, I think. I think they have enough of a lead across the board that they can get away with that. But if the 5-on-5 does end up happening here, or something similar, and Kappa's Reformed happens to be there, that is going to be a lot of kills going over into the favor of Scion, as we do see yet another battle here. Blindle going to escape. But basically, I know we don't see Twitch too often, but going to explain. Normally, an immobile AD carry like this, actually, hang on a second, as that's going to be another kill. Leuven going to try and keep his team on the board.
Yeah, Leuven doing a great job of that one here right now, and that is going to be the turret getting taken down here for the blue team. That's the first turret destroyed in this game, and will definitely help them out when it does come to their economy. Now it's currently sitting at 26.6k, up against the 22.9 of the side of the Royals. So to have a 3.7 gold advantage right now in this point of the game is such an upper hand to have, and it will give you a benefit.
It's absolutely brutal. However, Cap might be getting a little bit overzealous. Here we go, team fight.
Yeah, it is now going to leave us into a 2-on-3 is what it looked like. The first will go down here for the side of Scion. It's all up to one more. 2 players will be falling for Scion. 1 will go down for the Royals, and we are still looking for more engagements here onto these bots. Both players are very, very weak, but managing to keep their lives will help out the side of the Royals drastically.
Okay, so they got the shutdown there onto Cap as well, onto that Twitch. So they are able to get a bunch of gold into their pocket. I think it went over to the Shyvana as well, so it's going to be Shiesty, who, as the Shyvana, is a bit bruisery. So, like, yes, a little bit tanky, but not to the point of Scion, but has more damage than something like a Scion, for example. So pair that up with Leuven here. They both have the ability to dive in onto, like, a squishy target. So a lot of this team fight, once we do start getting into that phase, is going to rely on, can the side of Scion keep their Twitch safe? Twitch does have the invisibility going for him, but at the same time, if you get caught once, you are absolutely toast. Leuven, what are you thinking about doing, my friend?
Yeah, he's just going to run back behind his turret there, playing for a little bit more of support to force off these 2 opponents, as now Leuven will start to make more of his information play, but that is going to be, so much damage given over here now from OFSEA and DeVito, and it is going to be the side of Scion looking to retake this advantage in this game. The turret now will be getting a ton of damage inflicted onto it. These players are chased back all the way to the home base, and this turret should be gone.
And the Nico there, Danny DeVito, going to be forced to pop the ultimate to keep themselves alive. Turret going to be barely going down, unless they can clear out the minions, which it looks like they do. But with Cap there, does have the spray and pray available. If they line up at all, they're just going to get shredded. Just like that. D-Knight not going to be long for this world. Taken down, taking care of the turret, and you have about a minute or so now to get ready up for this next dragon fight and get that ulti back.
Yeah, that ulti will be big here for yourself to try to win out in these big team fights that really have a lot of weight on them. You really got to bounce back as well, because if you look at things, it's 9-7. If you are from the side of the Royals right now, you are down by, 3.5k, and you got to work your way back up from that. It's not an easy task, so it's all going to start with trying to get some turrets, trying to get some farm, and doing whatever you can to build up that economy on the outside of just actually playing these matchups here. But it is going to be a good little gank coming through, and it is actually going to be a kill over onto V Shiesty going down. A double kill going to work out as Mega Noob will fall shortly after, and they are still hunting for more, Dan.
Holy smokes, there's just battles absolutely all over the place. Ferris going to take care of that one. JD is going to end up going down here. Lots of kills going absolutely all over the place in this regard, and it still might not be done. Can Leuven go down here? Is DeVito going to be able to take care of it? Not quite. Seats gotta be careful. That's a good, just teleport right back forward. And okay, get a little bit of a bait and switch coming out there from Leuven. Nicely done to keep himself alive. But a very overzealous, scrappy fight. Once again, Cap is reformed. Being ahead on Twitch, like knowing that you can go point blank with somebody and maybe win the one-on-one. Not taking into consideration that you're jumping into like a 1-on-3. And getting himself caught. Granted, 8 eliminations, was able to trade it out, but just definitely has to be a little bit careful. It just takes Leuven to spot you once, pop the ultimates on you, and I don't care how fit you are, you're still going to pop as long as you get enough damage onto him. He looks for another one here versus Mega Noob.
Yeah, the game progressing right now is definitely helping. It is going to be some aggression coming through and
Just
shut
like that.
down actually as well.
Wow.
Yeah, completely deflect that for sure. It's a big kill over there onto Cap is reformed from the side of the Royals. They are making a good impact here now, finding that first initial kill in this team fight, and it is going to be the side of Sion immediately falling off of the presence, knowing that the fact that they really just cannot take this fight right now without losing another player.
Gosh, Leuven's Zed is actually clean. Like, this is like some incredible stuff we're seeing here so far from the Royals mid laner, just able to find those targets specifically, picking them out and like knocking them dead and just using the shadows effectively to be able to teleport your way to safety, and just doing so far so good. Technically, like 5 eliminations, 3 assists on the board so far. D-Knight might be a little bit of trouble, but the cavalry has arrived. Gonna skirmish a little bit more here in this mid lane. Seeds, okay, nice shot actually. The collateral damage coming through, and is going to finish off D-Knight, who's just been having a rather rough start to this game. But then Cap's going to get himself overzealous once again, gets blitzed out here. Shiesty going to take care of it, charging on through. Plindle, there we go, gets on the board. Good use of the ultimate to hunt down the other member of the Royals, or the member of Sion rather. And just like that, what was like a 6 to 7k gold lead is now like down to 5, and Royals are clawing their way, and they do have win conditions.
Yeah, Royals definitely does have those win conditions. They do still have one of those dragons. They do still have only a few K less than the side of Sion does have, but at this point in the game, a few K can really make the difference. That's the big game changer here in League of Legends. That 3K could really make the world here for a few of these players. It is going to be the more farm coming through here. Both teams trying to get a little bit more money in their pockets. And it is going to be still a 3-kill advantage, but despite this being a 3-kill advantage, they only have a 4.8k lead, where the last time they had a 3k advantage was over 5k.
Oh, absolutely. And now, like, Baron Nashor is a possibility for objective in this time. 2 minutes still, at least, for the next dragon. If Sion was able to clean that one up, they would be able to get themselves 3 dragons, one step closer to that Dragon Soul. I would imagine we're going to see a challenge come out here from the Royals to not let that go, at least without some sort of trade. But they have to be careful. Cap on the prowl once again, and could use Danny DeVito as a little bit of bait. We see Shiesty coming through, and Meganoob getting jumped on. Dodges the dragon, good flash, but he's actually going to go down. He just needs to sit behind his teammates, and he'll be A-okay. But DeVito gets taken down too, with Shiesty there on the Shyvana, the dragon coming through, and now what can they do to capitalize on this moment?
Yeah, this is going to make things very difficult here now. If you are from the side of Sion, from that gold lead you just had, is now down to under 4k. And that's definitely a concern if I have seen one. And it is going to be the side of the Royals now, getting so many kills. Another one there off and on to Rampage. That is going to keep him out of the round moving forwards. And just all of these kills are, or he's on a Rampage, sorry, and he will take him out, and he's out there for the rest of the few seconds or so. But all these kills coming through are definitely making such a big impact. But this is one of the, I feel like personally, this is the closest game we've seen all day.
One of the closest, absolutely, and it's now starting to get scrappy because I feel like Sion got extremely overconfident. And not throw. I know people like to use that term very, very loosely, but they've definitely overextended many times here and are really allowing a couple of the members of the Royals to really claw their way back here. Like, I look at, say, Meganoob there on the Ezreal. He's been being picked on in the bot lane, and again picked on a little bit by Leuven. However, while he may not have the eliminations, he has the assists. You're still getting gold from that. Has his Essence Reaver already, has a couple extra items, and slowly but surely starting to hurt. Leuven dominated his lane. So far, so good here. Can absolutely burst out even the Twitch. We've seen that many times. And then the Shyvana. Don't sleep on the dragon. Will absolutely shred you. So there is still plenty of ways that Royals can get themselves a quick team fight win if something along the lines of like Cap maybe getting overextended. If they can catch somebody, just pick somebody off, that'd be huge.
Yeah, catching somebody would be a game changer here. Just turning this favor a little bit more into your end would make this one game anybody's game to actually take here now. As it is going to be everybody stacked up over towards this bot lane, mid lane, jungle side of type things. Just both looking for this dragon and another farm around these parts. And here it is. The dragon will get released and is going to be the side of Sion trying to get this initial one. But we will be seeing Royals coming through there to try to get a steal. And it will be a steal from the Royals finding the dragon.
And Cap got bursted in this instance as well, so they're not going to be able to capitalize on that damage. That being said, though, it does seem like it is still ever so slightly going into the favor of Scion, as they've been able to kill off all of the damage dealers. Plindle is the only one alive, and it's just a mere meat shield at this point here, going to be taken down. So the team fight win, absolutely, without question, going over to Scion. However, the big Dragon Steel coming out there from Shiesty does make it so that Dragon Soul win condition for Scion gets delayed by like 15 minutes.
Yeah, and 15 minutes is not a small amount of time. Like,
No.
I mean, that is a very, very delayed win condition, which will definitely provide you an asset here if you are the Royals, giving yourself more time to find the gold lead in this game and whatnot. They are only down by a few gold, or a few thousand gold here, right? So that this is still theoretically anybody's game. When you have a combined 96,000, the 6,000 gold that differentiates these two teams is not that much. Both teams are still able to get a lot of their buys here on their champs. With the Dragons, that is my big focus here right now. It's really going to delay things down, like you were saying, with the red team stealing that one.
Yeah, like that could have been or that is the difference, rather, between, okay, there's so much pressure on, we have to get this next dragon or we're basically screwed, or, okay, we've bought us some time, or A-okay. And like looking at the goal difference right now, I know we've mentioned it a bunch, but the other thing to take into consideration is if you look at the Scion base right now, all 3 of their outer turrets are still standing, which means that is all golds that can absolutely go into the pocket. You see the first one actually going down right here due to Plindle and the Scion there. But that's a couple thousand gold now right in the pocket, goes right into the bank. It's much closer, and we have another team fight. Oh dear, this is going to be nasty.
Yeah, that one is working out very, very well here so far in the beginning for the Royals, but it will all fall apart there as they will be losing 4 players, where the side of Scion is only losing 1, and that is going to be its Danny DeVito in this game. Now a 4v1 is really just make your way over towards the site, but the Baron is here, and the Baron will be able to get retrieved here from the members of St. Clair, or not St. Clair, what am I mean? This is getting a little too used to the pattern here, but no, from Scion actually, as it is going to be some nice turret damage. They've made their way very, very far into the base side here now, Dan.
Yeah, well, this has been interesting. While the side of Scion has been like focusing on objectives, Seton Meta has just been constantly on a different objective on the separate side of the mat. When Scion went for the Dragon, the Graves went towards the mid lane turret. They went for Baron, they pushed the inhibitor turret. They're always double dipping and getting away with it.
Yeah, I don't know how. Like, you should not be able to infiltrate a base while gaining a Baron for yourself. It's just something that should not be happening, and that is what we kind of saw from the side of Scion this time around. So Scion is going to gain themselves now a gold advantage. I know we keep bringing it up over and over, but it has such an impact in this game from what was just 4 or 5k moments ago. Finding that Baron, finding some more of these kills, finding some more of these turrets will give you yourself now a 9k gold advantage, 10k gold advantage pretty much here now. Just 9.9k separating these two teams in this gold.
Yeah, and these next couple team fights, the main things they're going to be like keeping an eye on is what's going on with Leuven. Those last 2 team fights weren't necessarily the greatest because there was no opportunity for Leuven to single out, say, Cap, for example, and actually like take care of him. Cap has just been sitting in the middle of like a combo between Danny DeVito, Seton, and then Jitty. And then Jitty there with the Lulu ultimate able to just buff you with health and shields. It's been keeping this Twitch extremely safe with a ton of extra damage, allowing him to get away with things like this.
Yeah, I have no clue absolutely how we do see the side of Scion trying to dive in. It is working out not too badly at all, but that is going to be some more players coming in and trying to battle this one back here now, and it is going to force the side of Scion to play this one a little bit slower, but that might just do it here. Scion, they found the kills. It's Danny DeVito. He does find Pindle, and that is now going to be a 3 versus 1 on the base.
I don't think they can finish this though. Cap is down, and that's a lot of their turret damage down. Unless they just absolutely send it and just prove me wrong, they might very well do that. In fact, they do clean out Mega Noob in the end. A well-fought battle, but Scions, they found their opportunity and absolutely sent it and capitalized. They are going to move forward into the semifinals.
Yeah, Scion making a splash here so far in this bracket. It was a very, very close game, but they made some very, very good plays, which put themselves in the favorable position. It is now going to be that 1-0 win, like you were saying, moving them into the semifinals matchup, and they're getting inches and inches closer here to the grand finals. That's very, very interesting, as we are more and more teams getting knocked out as we go here now, and it's really getting down to the wire.
Yeah, we had a fantastic morning full of round-robin action, now, of course, being in the bracket. So, sadly, the Reading Royals D team is going to end up going down, but top 8 in the OFSEA.
You still deserve a pat on the back for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. You're in the top 8 after a fantastic season. There's absolutely nothing to scoff at there. Fantastic job in their own right. And just happy, of course, still to see just high school esports becoming a thing.
Oh, super excited. I feel like every time I come in here and we cover high school League of Legends or whatever it is, high school Valorant, whatever we're actually covering, it just gives you so much passion to go back to your old high school and try to create an esports program there and, get these teams competing. But it really is. I love seeing the high school collegiate, or not collegiate, I guess, the high school esports aspect, because it's a feeder for collegiate.
Mm-hmm.
We see it more and more frequent. I'd like to eventually see something along the lines of like traditional sports, where you see players, you go from playing for your high school team right to go playing for your collegiate team. It'd be awesome to see that here in the near future, and this is a stone in the or a step in the right direction here, as we do see the side of Scion winning this game 1, advancing to semifinals. They're looking to take their high school right to grands.
Yeah, absolutely. One more game to do that, and we'll have to see. Not quite sure if we're going to join up again with them in the semifinals. We have to see what happens on the other side of the brackets. That one is scheduled, if I do recall, for 2:30, which means we have about 10 minutes, a little bit of a breather before the next one. We'll pick up one of the semifinals. The other one will be played off stream, but then we'd meet up again with that team in grands. But still, do not go anywhere. We're going to take ourselves a very, very quick break, probably 10 minutes or so, as we get to see what our next semifinal matchup ends up being. And just more high school action. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the OFCEAE, or SEAE, I guess it is, your tournament today. My name is Jackson and Pride Brown, joined alongside Dan Banners, as we are going to have a great matchup at hand. It is going to be Innovation versus John McCrae coming through, still best of ones in this League of Legends semifinal tournament between all these high schools today. We've had a few hours of already some casted matches, and now it's really coming down to the wire here. Dan, what's your opinion on this matchup?
Okay, I'm looking forward to this one big time. These are both teams that we've seen previously during the round robin absolutely dominate the competition. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this one. Kodiak's out of Innovation was absolutely insane. Started off, I believe it was the first or the second game. Just started off with a bang. And then Team Bots is extremely solid play all throughout the early game until they finally, I think it was their jinx. They got their jinx rolling and nobody could stop it. That and the Cassiopeia. So should be a good one. Looking forward to seeing what happens this time by. The draft, of course, brand new game. And with both of these teams being on stream already, I wonder if they've done homework on each other, because they very well could have.
100% agreed with you on that one. And we've seen both of these teams already draft some champs before, so immediately we get to Jack's band coming through for this side of Innovation. Jack's a very good top laner, so very good to take the champ out of the pool here for this one. But yeah, both these two teams, very, very strong. Both of these two teams right now currently sitting in these semifinal matchups, and we've seen very different drafts from them for both times. Do you think that this game will have a lot of impact depending on the draft?
Absolutely, because we could have the opportunity of seeing some comfort picks already being gone. Team Bots have already done it. They got rid of the Rek'Sai, which if you remember from earlier back in the cast, I'm thinking, this character is a tank. Why is it doing so much damage? Well, it's because the Kodiaks played it so devastatingly well that they made it seem that way. So taking that off the board right away with a ban, and then we're going to see the first pick, Karma, safe pick.
Yeah, very, very safe pick. Now, just to talk about the Innovation roster here real quick, the Kodiaks roster here real quick. It is going to be over in Ottawa here right now. And for the roster in our top lane, we got Papa Prince Pog. his real name is Philippe Dugray, and he's in the 12th grade attending St. Clair Esports program next year. Very nice to hear.
Yeah.
We can't wait to see you come by. And a 93% Kale win rate. He's proud of that, and he keeps on bringing it up.
And fair enough. And what thing could be very scary as well, if you look with the way this draft has gone so far, there is no Kale ban. This very well could be something we see in the next little bit. But we do also, like, we'll introduce a little bit more in a second. Just going to quickly run through what we've got because they've absolutely sped run this as of right now. Very confident as to what they want to pick. Innovation. So the Karma was a relatively safe, like, shielding and speedy support. You got the dive now alongside the Volley Bear and the Vayne getting picked up here as well. And one of those 80 carries that you need a lot of protection for, but can absolutely just 1v5 the game, like if she has a good meat shield to stand behind.
Yeah, that could really make the difference here in this one. But like I was saying, carrying on with this one, so we do have that Papa Prince Pog in the top lane. In the jungle lane, we do have Jake D. His real name is Jacob there. He's also in the 12th grade, and he apparently has the best sleep schedule in North America. I really want to challenge him to this one. I want to hear about this. We need an interview or something, man. Like, I want to hear about this sleep schedule that he's got going on. But with that being said, he's also former rank 34 on Hecarim here in League of Legends, so very good stat line there.
That's the Hecarim band too, so fair enough.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense here now. And then we got Snowball here in the mid. He's also in 12th grade, attending the St. Clair Esports program next year as well. Or no, sorry, that was the wrong one. Illusion, though, sorry, is the real name. Adrian Salisbury. He's in the 10th grade, and it's like he knows what you mean.
Yes, I remember this guy. Yeah, I remember.
But then he has a very high confidence, and we see some more of these picks coming through. The last player here for the side of Kodiaks is going to be Hellmelon. In the support lane, his real name is Suris Moru. He's in the 11th grade, and he is a Thresh fanboy.
Well, Thresh getting banned is going to make things a little bit rough there for him. He's going to be forced to switch off, and I think it might end up being the Karma that he has to play this time by. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Buzz, we've seen him a little bit earlier. That's going to be Alter 96. It's going to be Edward from grade 11. This is a team full of old Master Yi 1 tricks. So it's going to be the top lane. We've seen the Malphite come out during the round robin. Going to be seeing it once again. Sieved played Nocturne during the round robin phase as well. Gets to play it once again here in this game here. We got Tot Knife in the mid lane. Was originally the Cassiopeia last time by, but is going to opt for Victor this time by. Then we have Yized as well as Trash but Toxic. Going to round up the squad here, and I do believe that was a Sivir, and I could not see the last support pick there. So a Tom Kench, right, there we go. So that's going to line it up. And one thing to take note as well, we were mentioning earlier with the Kodiaks that apparently the top laner there, the top lane from Kodiaks had a ridiculous win rate on Kale. It slipped through the bans and does get to play it here this time by versus Alter's Malphite.
93% win rate. 93% is not a small amount. Like, you got a 93% on a test, and you are running out of that classroom happy as ever, right? But no, you get a 93% win rate on this one. What is holding you back from picking it? It is so hard not to pick it. If it does, if it lets through the bans, there's no shot in my eyes that you do not pick it. You've lost what 7% of your games. Let's say you've played 1,000 games, right? You've won 930 and lost 70.
Yeah.
That's an insane record over the course of 1,000 games here on the Kale. So crazy stuff to see. I'm very excited to see if it will actually have a major impact on this game, because I feel like when you have a win rate of that much, it's not just doing good individually, it's also doing good for the whole surrounding team.
Well, I mean, now you have to put your money where your mouth is, though, however. Like, yes, you have such a fantastic win rate, but Kale, from what I understand, still seems to be one of those, very matchup dependent kind of champions where, early game, she's absolute doo-doo. She's, terrible, to say the least. However, she is one of the, hardest ramping up top laners out there, and can just absolutely, similar to Jax almost, if you, think of how he plays, just like a magical version, and can absolutely do a boatload of damage if given the time. That being said, though, we've seen the Kodiaks in a position where they were their opponent was trying to take their time, and they absolutely slammed it. So we'll have to see what ends up.
You think they got to change their tempo? They got to slow things down if they do want to actually come away with this one, because they have a lot of scaling champs.
Bots have to try and be that way, but they have to do that safely.
Yeah.
And we've seen not just the Kodiaks, but a couple teams in this tournament so far be able to punish scaling comps. But the one, like, I guess, little ace in the hole that Kodiaks do also have, if this does get to super late game, they do have a Vayne, which on the contrary, like from the top lane, is like one of the hardest scaling like 80 carries out there. So you're going to be going shot for shot, basically.
Yeah, talking about scaling champs, it's very interesting that we keep getting these scaling champ selects coming through, despite all these games ending in like 30 minutes or less here. It makes it really surprising and makes it really interesting for me to see these scaling champs come through so continuously, despite these games ending in such a significant matter. However, now that we're headed into the semifinals, we might have a little bit more of a grit on our hands here between these two teams. There might be a little bit more of a blood battle for this one. So with that being said, it's going to be a very interesting game on who actually will come away with this one, because we've seen the aggression, we've seen the passive. What are we going to get here today?
I don't know. I know personally from like playing a lot of League, for whatever reason, there's really hard scaling champions. If you can survive early, they are some of the most satisfying characters to play. But you just have to get there. So we'll have to see going on through quarterfinals. Going to be getting on over this one. Going right now, we have Kodiak's Team Bots semifinals action, top 4. Can we get there? Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here right now. Like we were saying, it's going to be Team Bots on the right, and then we do have Kodiak on the left here now. So the red is going to be here, and oh, look at this! Look at this, sneaky. Yeah, man. I would lose my mind if I'm not an avid League of Legends player, but if I went into League of Legends, played my first solo queue game, run into this, and I would just instantly Alt F4. But it is what it is. No, they are looking to actually make their way back out here, realizing that the opponents aren't really giving them the time of day in that location. They're ultimately all going to fall off and go to their own respective lanes.
I mean, that could have been trouble had they all gone in towards that red buff. The only thing that would have been there would have been illusion on the Vayne, and Vayne unfortunately does not have a whole heck of a lot of health, so would not have been able to take that fight very well at all had they been caught. So a little bit of a thank goodness moment there for the side of the Kodiaks or Innovation, and just going to be a nice quiet start here. A red buff for the blue side starts, and then blue for the red side. Going to keep this Nocturne all nice and juiced on mana to just try and plow through this jungle as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Jake here might be thinking of some early aggression maybe with that red buff.
Yeah, these red buffs are really trying to get knocked down, as we do see each team trying to find their own respective gold advantage. Right now, it is currently lying in the favor of Team Bots right now, but only very, very slightly, as the farm is still very early on in this game. You do see some damage actually getting inflicted early on here. This is something that we didn't see as much in the last game. I think it took until around the 8-minute mark in the last game, 7-minute mark, until we got our first kill coming through. So we'll see if the change of tempo does happen here now. And it actually might, because we already got ourselves a little bit of a fight going on. And it is going to be a lot of damage inflicted on both these players, down to nearly half health, but both falling off of this one. And it is going to be just farming up the minions in the meantime.
Now the Malphite's not going to mind too much here, as they do get the shield every couple of seconds, and then Papa Prince Pog there on the Kale is going to have a heal eventually built in. However, it drains your mana like mad, so you really don't want to have to use it, and it doesn't heal for that much. You don't want to have to use it if you don't need to, but it does let you kind of sustain in lane just a little bit longer and just keep on trading here with Alter. And the fact that the Gale's already got level 2 compared to the 1 still of Alter could be a sign of things to come, as this like surprisingly strong lane dominance coming out here from Papa Prince.
Yeah, really, really great lane dominance indeed here coming through, but still killless, and after the first 3 minutes have passed, it is going to be the side of Team Bots really starting to get a little bit more aggressive, trying to get a little bit more control on this map, but they're not able to, as the lineup there of Kodiak is set up very, very nicely. And so we will see Snowball take a bunch of damage there. We also do see Papa Prince actually take some more damage here on this one. He's going to be trying to push towards his turret a little closer, but is forced to play a little bit more of a slower angle.
Yeah, Steve is going to be able to come up, though, with how far Papa Prince has been pushing the flash, and actually has a shadow on, so the movement speed charging right on forward. Heal is going to come on out, but is not going to be enough. A little bit of return damage will be given there from Papa Prince, but the flash is burned, so now the Kale's got to be extremely cautious. One thing I do want to take note of, though, and it wasn't really touched on too much during the pick and ban itself, but Snowmal there is going to be picking up on this this Silas. Silas, first time we're going to be seeing him today at all, really. Going to be taking a lot of heat as of right now, though, from this Victor, but his ultimate is to steal somebody's ultimate. So with somebody like Alter on the Malphite, who has a fantastic ult in regards to just charging in and knocking everybody up, imagine stealing that, waiting for your volley bear to dive in, and then diving in a second time to do a ton of knock up, ton of damage, and just making it extremely difficult for them to do, well, anything. So that Silas is going to be something I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on the longer this game goes on, especially post 6.
Yeah, that might really be a great idea there for the side of Kodiak, but Snowball, he's actually going to get aggressive here now on the Silas. Not able to find a whole lot. Is that gang coming through the first one of the game? The kill potentially there, and it will. The first blood will go in favor to Team Bots, and they will now have themselves a 1,000 gold advantage with that. A great start to this one here for them.
Yeah, giving up to the Victor, who in his own right is a very, very safe but still high damaging mage. Giving them a nice quick boost is going to be absolutely fantastic for the side of Team Bots. And now they kind of need to, or the side of Kodiak need a little bit of backup here, I think, for Prince Pog. Getting actually surprisingly worn down. And there's so many minions underneath the turret, just so much gold going to waste. And he's actually going to go for it. Beautifully done there from Alter. Just finds that Papa Prince was taking way too much minion damage and just punishes him right away.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of minion damage coming through, and it's going to leave him down now into the grave, as it is going to be 2 kills going in the favor of Team Bots here now. Do we see... What are we seeing here, Dan?
I'm just surprised, because remember at the very beginning of the game, I was saying how the Kale had a level 3 to 1 lead on Alter?
Mm-hmm.
So how the heck did all of a sudden become Alter level 6 ahead of the Kale's level 4? What happened within those couple minutes? Just completely flip it on its head. It's now 6-5, so it's not to the same extent. But, like, that's still rather significant.
Yeah, to be down by 2 levels and then to regain that level advantage just, 3 minutes later, 4 minutes later, is a very good sign here. And it's exactly what you are looking for to try to come away and find a game win here. So after the first 6 minutes or so, it was a fairly slow one. Very similar to the last game we saw. Now that we're getting closer and closer to these grand finals, getting closer and closer to the end of the day, it is going to be these teams playing a lot safer and a lot more conservative. And you can really tell by the way they're playing.
Absolutely. Now the Tom Kent share on this side of Bots might be a little bit troublesome. However, Yais is there with the Sivir. This Boomerang is going absolutely crazy. You're going to at least trade out relatively evenly. You're gonna go after the Toad. Well, I'm gonna fight you back, kind of thing. So nice and even overall. Nothing too crazy. They still have their summer spells and whatnot, so nobody getting super aggressive. Level 6 is around the corner. Some good damage actually coming out here from Yais again. If that Boomerang doesn't hit any minions and just hits the champion, it hurts so badly.
Yeah, so here we are. Still,
they're going for it.
And we're getting into a little bit of action here now. We do have Sieve attached onto one of these players that is going to be so much damage dealt there. And I believe that is over onto Papa Prince Pog. He's getting tagged down very, very weak, as a couple of these players as well from the side of Kodiak are also getting tagged down here and forced to fall off this gunfight, playing things a little bit slower here now. This is looking very, very good for the side of Team Bots. They just got to close things out here and try to continue to find this map control. Oh, look at that damage given over to Helmelin, and Papa Prince going to be so weak as well. I mean, this is looking very good. The sideless chains are not able to land, and it's going to be Helmelin looking to go down here potentially as well. Papa Prince Pog, what can you do in the top lane? You have barely any health compared to your opponent there, and this is a very, very hard fight to win here now if you are from the side of Kodiak.
Yeah, it's a rough spot right there for Papa Prince, as there's just so much damage taken, no mana really either, and you don't have your ultimate. Look at how low they are. You know Alter wants to go, but he does not have the flash nor the ult to close that distance. So more than likely Papa Prince is going to run away and go back and just get some items. That being said, though,
Dragon?
Yeah, the blue side, Kodiak, are going to manage to get to Dragon. So even though they've been getting kind of battered on in lane, they had the objective-focused minds to be able to at least take that. So some good experience and gold in their pockets for the time being, but I guess their lead is not too bad, going on borderline 2,000 here early on into this game. And if they can just keep themselves somewhat safe. I know we've been harping on it all day about these scaling comps not really scaling, but we'll have to see, as we now do see Illusion getting jumped on, gets the ult right at the right moment, but doesn't necessarily have the damage to try and get out of there, and gobbled up and sent right back into his teammate. Is going to finish the job. Nice final shot there from Yais to take care of Illusion, and takes them down. And even more rotating coming on through. That is going to be Tot Knife looking for maybe one more. Can they find Melon? Nope, Melon backed up to base. And there's absolutely nothing, honestly, here for Team Bots to do. So they're going to have to either try and maybe find Jake, or they have to go back to lane because they're getting absolutely nothing right now.
Yeah, Dan, if we do look at the gold here now for both of these two teams, we do see a little bit more of a difference developing here in the process. It is going to be 14.6k compared to the 12.2k for the side of Kodiak. But look at this dive. This is going to make things even worse with the gold advantage here in favor of the side of Team Bots. They're now going to go from that 2k gold advantage now to a 3k gold advantage, up 15.4 to 12.4. And that 3k is going to have such an impact because we are still under 10 minutes into this game. It still has, 3,000 gold at this point in time. Has way more of an impact than it would, 20 minutes from now.
Absolutely. If they can take that 3K and push their lead even harder while they have it, that'll be absolutely fantastic, and then they're going to start snowballing and run away with this game. If they let off on the gas right now, however, and just kind of like hover around lanes and don't get anything done, it's just going to go to the wayside, and then Illusion's going to say, thank you very much for the free pass into the late game. I am extremely happy with this. The same side or same thing for Papa Prince. But if they can keep on pushing and keep doing solid pressure, whether it be with objectives or straight up eliminations, or just even denying like minion kills, they'll be doing exactly what they need to. But right now, it seems extremely passive. Any time where nothing is happening, I feel like it's just fantastic catch-up time for Kodiaks.
Yeah, exactly. And Kodiaks needs it right now, right? Where nothing's happening, they need to be able to win the farm. That is the big thing. They need to be able to get more farm than their opponent is getting in this dead time. That is how you come back. That is how you also make the longevity of this game go in longer, and to build up your Jax, or to, sorry, not your Jax, the Jax is banned, but to build up your long scaling champs, right? That's what you need. You need to just go even just on the farm right now. But look at this. That's going to be a gank coming through, and it is going to force one of these members off here right now for the side of Team Bots, as Snowball is also going to be here trying to get the chainsaw land potentially on Silas, not able to find a whole lot as the players will sneak away nicely, and it's still a flawless game right now for the side of Bots.
Yeah, okay, so they did draw the ultimate out of Alter, but he does still have the flash. So if they do opt to try and tower dive him, could still make a play to dodge. And in fact, Kodiak's not going to risk it. They're just going to get their farm back up and just go get some items for this next dragon fight that will be happening in about a minute 30's time. Of course, Kodiaks were able to sneak that first dragon, which was an absolute boon in their favor. But can they get themselves a second one and maybe try to jumpstart that 4-Dragon Soul win condition? Or we'll have to see if the bots opt to have a more objective-focused mind.
Yeah, we will see here momentarily, but as of right now, if we're looking at turrets, it doesn't look like we have a whole lot destroyed, actually, if any at all. It's only going to be one dragon down so far, the whole thing in this game. Some damage being inflicted here between two opponents over towards this mid lane, I believe that was around, towards the bot lane. As you do see some farms still scaling for both of these respective teams. This 4k gold lead, though, is really concerning me for Team Bots because they are still winning the farm, Dan, and that is something that is not supposed to be happening right now. Look at this push. Prince Pog is going to actually turn around, going to inflict some damage of his own, but is still in quite the pickle. Going to have some help from the volley bear to try to push these players out. Shelly is actually on the playing field here now as well.
Okay, Papa Prince might not be long for this world here. Alter, I think, may have built a little bit of AP into his kit for a little extra magic damage, and that nearly took out Papa Prince. Because for whatever reason, this Malphite, known for being tanky, is hitting harder than I expected, to say the least. So not only being a tanky fellow, but actually being able to, like, threaten possible backlines, possible squishies. Like, that is actually kind of scary here. And this is yet another game. We saw Alter earlier in this tournament doing fantastic work with this Malphite. And I thought, okay, like, Malphite is a relatively, like, not mechanically complex champion, but I didn't think much of it. But now we're seeing that, okay, no, Alter's actually kind of sick.
Yeah, it's definitely making quite the impact. Talking about impact, this is going to be a full team fight. Both will go airborne, and that is going to be 2 kills. Now looking to get sent over to the side of Team Bots, but that is actually going to be, yeah, both of which coming through. It's now going to be 6-0 for the side of Team Bots. No kills getting answered back here onto themselves. If you look at the bounties, it's going to be a total of 700 gold able to be picked up in bounties there if you are able to make that one work out. but just 13 minutes and 45 seconds in, approaching this 14-minute mark, and you do currently see a 5K gold advantage right now. It seems as if almost every time I look up, it's going to be Team Bots with another grand in their pocket.
Okay, that combination between Alter getting the 2 knockups with the Unstoppable Force, with Tot Knife dropping the ults on top of them for massive burst AoE damage, just absolutely shredded that one. I am so shocked that Siege was able to get out of there basically unscathed without losing their life there. So incredible stuff coming through for Team Bots. Definitely looking like, I would say, maybe even a favorite to take the entire thing at this rate. But still, early on in this game, things could still change around, and we still, like we said before, still have some scaling champions on the side of Kodiak. But I don't know if they're going to be able to really get there. This is at least a 5K gold lead now into the pocket of Team Bots, and they've been doing a moderately solid job of just continuing pressure.
Team Bots, in my eyes, is definitely the favorite for this tournament here as well. I saw them come through in game number 1, and they just really made it look like they knew exactly what they were doing. They had a set strats implemented, and they knew exactly what kind of champ they were going for, and everything was set up very, very nicely for themselves to just carry out, win out that game, and they've been looking and showing very promising reasons to feel like they are one of the stronger teams in this one. Now, as we are in semifinals, and they're playing a very, very well game, the Dragon has been spotted out and is looking to go down. That is going to be the side of Team Bots taking that one as well, which does not help out the side of Kodiak's money situation or buffs or anything like that whatsoever.
Yeah, so that was just one last thing they really needed. As we do see, it's going to be Siege diving on through. Big Fear going to get the kill onto Melon. Not quite. Siege is going to get gobbled up by his teammate and pushed aside. Beautiful save there from Trash but Toxic. That being said, though, Yai's extremely low health. Has to be careful. Of course, does have that boomerang. Could still do some decent damage from afar as long as they position themselves correctly. Jake is going to have none of it, though. Dives on in, but did not do really any damage. Trash but Toxic dives on in. Tot Knife in the mid lane is just going to find himself a solo kill. And somehow, after this extended fight, a valiant effort there from Jake, but he's going to get absolutely nothing for his effort. And all of a sudden, Team Bots are still on an absolute slaying spree. Appropriate enough for the guy's logo who looks like Doom Guy.
Yeah, I'm loving the Team Bots logo right there. And if you look at the gold lead here now, it changes even more. I mean, like, I'm just constantly looking at the gold lead here now, Dan. It is going to be a 19.8K for the side of Kodiak and a 28.4 for Team Bots. Also a big fan of the Team Bots logo there. I really do like that one. And I feel like the side of Kodiak's logo is also like almost like a, I really like the colors around it there. It really makes it nice and interesting. It really reminds me of Uno, to be completely honest, like the card game. But yeah, Team Bots though, a nice logo and a nice looking team as well, because they're coming through and they're starting off this one with a bang. They are still flawless in this one. 0 deaths across the board, still farming to their best of capabilities. If you look at their top 4 players here now, all of which have over 100 farm, where only one of which players have over 100 farm for the side of Kodiak, which is really also going to be making a big difference. So now it's going to be the side of Team Bots looking to approach this 30K mark, and we do look at Kodiak, and they're barely over the 20.
Well, now that you mentioned the colors, I'm waiting for Kodiak's to drop the reverse Uno card because they need to turn this one around on its head like yesterday. Because like the way that Team Bots have been able to snowball this one is just absolutely brutal. Similar to what you're saying in regards to like the CS number, the minion kill numbers, they're leading on that front. And then not only are they finding eliminations, but look who is getting the eliminations. You have the top laner who's building a little bit of extra damage, as we do see yet another attempt onto Melon, actually. Illusion going to try and make the play, looking for it. Does get a nice little shield there from Melon, but still so scary. Diving on in.
Oh my goodness!
Good night.
I didn't even know Siege could do that! Siege is now looking to take down the Silas here now. It is going to be Snowball trying to fight for his life, but it looks like Snowball will go down, and this turret is not going to last long afterwards. That's 13 kills now in favor of Team Bots. They will find their first turret of this game, and they will take a 10,000 plus gold advantage.
Oh, this isn't done. The teleport coming up here. This is going to be Tot Knife. Going to be dropping on through into the top lane to stop this gank from happening. If Alter gets into position, oh, he doesn't have the Unstoppable Force. I thought they were going to try and turn and burn that for a second. Would have been incredible. And yes, to those who know, you know, whoopsie. But just the fact that right now the side of Kodiak is still just with a massive goose egg in regards to eliminations, just It just hurts. And that's supposed to be your tank, and he just got shredded.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. These shots are so heavy hitting right now from Team Bots. I don't know if there's a possibility to come back in this game if you're Kodiak right now, especially in like a situation where you're playing a game like League of Legends, where it really comes down to your early game, your mid game. You got to build up to try to close out the game, and that's just not what we're seeing right now from the side of Kodiak. It's going to be the side of Team Bots. I think I gotta have them in my favorite here for this tournament now, just from what I've seen them do consistently today. It's not like this was a one-off comp or a one-off champ select. No, they have done this in all of their games today, which I believe is all 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing we also don't see Team Bots doing is none of this, okay, I'm ahead, I'm going to try and do these 1v3s. Like similar to what we saw happen with Cap. But we do actually see yet another dive here coming out from Sieved. You are not long for this world. Illusions. One little minion left, and then just one more shot. There it goes. Sieved's going to pick up elimination number 4 on this game. And the fact that you have to deal with the DPS coming out of the Sipper from your eyes. You have Tot Knife. This is supposed to be a control mage. It might as well be a burst mage. And then you also have Sieved, who could have built tank. No, he's building assassin. So he's just doing so much extra damage on that Nocturne. And then even your tank has DPS, man. And then if something goes wrong, you have trash there to gobble you up and send you to safety. Like, this is just a foolproof plan, and nobody is like staying. It's always a buddy system. If you're going in, you're with somebody. It's never a 1v3.
Yeah, for sure. And Ricky, I am so sorry if you are tuning in, because I might have a new favorite champ now. Jax was one of my favorite ones for the longest times, but whatever it was Sieved. Sieved is coming
Nocturne.
in, just Nocturne. It's crazy, man. Like, you're coming out of nowhere, just flying in. The Dragon looking to get gathered from the red squad as well, but Hellmelon maybe going for a steal, not able to.
Good try.
That is going to be the red Dragon going in, or sorry, the Dragon going in favor of the red squad, being Team Bots right now, up now 16-0, and their gold advantage has approached 13k.
Yeah, Nocturne, an absolute classic character, of course, in League. I know personally one of my first junglers when trying to give it a shot when I wasn't trying to play a Mumu, but Nocturne much more viable and a lot less teary-eyed. A lot more cool. As we now do see the attack on the bot lane again, and okay, just absolutely evaporated. But to be honest, there was some good damage coming out of the Sylas, but they just could not survive the shot. So again, the gas pedal just continues to be straight, like, to the floor. Like, never mind to the floor. Like, you've broken a hole in the floor at this point. You're just still pushing on through, as that's going to be the second tier of turrets going down. They're going to keep on being right in their face as long as they don't necessarily overextend here. Tot Knife is a little bit low, so one bad shutdown could jumpstart somebody. But wisely enough, as soon as they see like 3 relatively full health members of the Kodiaks right there, they're like, okay, never mind, let's go get our items and try this again.
Yeah, so Dan, what do you think that Kodiak has to really do to put themselves back into this game, despite being down right now by 14,000 gold and being down in this game? You know, we're already 22 minutes through, and you know, a lot of their turrets are already gone. What do you do to kind of bounce back from this one and put yourself back into the driver's seat of this game?
It's definitely a tough situation, but you basically, regardless of what you're doing, you need at least 2 people there. It feels bad just to barely walk outside your base, like, and think that you might get jumped, basically. But you have to be there. You have to be grouped up if you try to move anywhere close to the river at this point here. Which, honestly, there's going to be certain situations where they're not even going to allow that to, like, necessarily even happen. Like, if you push enough minions in, it could be brutal. And it's situations like this. They are spread out just enough that, like, they can just dump a bunch of damage onto you, get a quick kill. That was your jungler as well, so now there's no smite on the board. This Baron should be free.
Yeah, and this Baron, I think, will give all the resources the side of Team Bots needs to close out this game. I mean, at this point in time, you know, we're approaching 23 minutes through this one. They already got 2 dragons. They already got 40,000 plus gold, and now a Baron to just add on to the things is going to really help them improve. That is going to be the red team gathering that one, and now we might be seeing a little bit more of a push going towards this base. Another dive! This is why I love the champ. Oh my goodness. It is so exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's the jump scare of the champions in League, and now Melon could be in for a world of hurt. Will absolutely be in a world of hurt. And the thing that's happening too is just there's no vision. But when you're behind so much gold, you want to be spending that gold on items. You're not necessarily thinking about vision. So just Team Bots even more so, getting the chance to abuse the scenario. 21-0 right now in regards to eliminations. Everybody is just absolutely destroying so far when you look at the KDAs. Heck, and then the truest of supports, Trash but Toxic, didn't take a single kill from anybody. He's just there for the assist.
Yeah. So, just knocking on wood quick, but when was the last time you saw a flawless League of Legends game where no kills came through for one team?
That is a good question. It's definitely happened before, but I cannot quite remember.
Because I mean, Team Bots is getting close. Your best shot of getting kills if you're Kodiak is in the early game here against this roster of Team Bots, in my opinion, right? So now Team Bots here approaching the late game, and they're all very, very tanky and very, very strong compared to the side of Kodiak. We could see a flawless.
It's definitely looking that way, especially since the side of Team Bots aren't very known for like splitting up very far, not at least far enough to the point where their team can't rejoin. As we now see another team fight underway here. It's going to be Alter leading the way. Dot Knife going to drop the ult on 2. Papa Prince Pog so low is going to get zapped on down. Nice shot there from the Victor to take care of it. And it just like it feels rough here for Papa Prince Pog specifically, because I think they did get that the kill like to the point where they necessarily need to, but it's just so behind on items that he can't actually make use of it. Where is Sieved? There he is, jumps right onto the Karma, and everybody else on the side of the Kodiaks will slowly but surely be shredded to bits, and just over and over again these team fights are not quite falling into their favor. Another inhib down. They have minions. I don't see the Kodiaks being able to defend this.
No, they're gonna run back a little bit more. You do see the Silas here trying to just loop around and do whatever he can, but moments after moments after moments we see towers drop and turrets drop, and it is going to be looking like the side of Team Bots should just be able to clean up this game with fairly easier. Please keep the flawless. I want them to keep the flawless. Like, I haven't seen one in my lifetime, and today's a great day for the first time. But Kodiak, though, they look like they're actually biting back here a bit now. They're going to be falling off of this one. They know that it is too scary, and this is what makes the Team Bots roster so strong. I feel like 70% of teams would have committed on that.
Absolutely, they would have, and they probably would have given like 4 shutdowns worth of gold over to the opposing squad. So
and that's a whole new game.
That brings it extremely more doable, to say the least. Doesn't get you necessarily directly into the game, but it does put you in a much better position. But honestly, went ahead, get more ahead. I've always loved that saying from way back in the StarCraft 2 days, and it still shows here. Why do you have to push for the win when you can just secure your win otherwise? Let's get more ahead, take more objectives, and that's exactly what's going to be the case here. That's going to be Dragon number 3, so that gets rid of any chance of the Kodiaks being able to somehow sneak that. And then they just get the opportunity to get more items, as we now see yet another dive. Poor Melon just having an absolute terrible time here versus Sieves just constantly diving right on in. Illusion, I mean, I know Vayne mains love to say that they could 1v5 that team, but it's not going to happen tonight. That is just unfortunate. Too many members, too much damage, and too much tankiness.
So does Sieved have to buy that flying ability there to actually be able to come through and make those dives, or does he just get that right off the rip?
That's just his ultimate. That's
his ultimate. So okay, but he's had his ultimate fairly frequently in this game. Then, like, yeah, it's very, very rapid ult, I guess, or something along those lines. But that is going to be the game. Team Bots will take this one, and they will be advancing to the grand finals of OFSEA. I'm going to get it right this time, and I got it right there. So, yeah, they're going to be advancing to the grand finals. Unfortunately for Kodiak or Innovation, they are going to be falling here down. There is no lower bracket. This is a best-of-1 format, so they will be falling out. But, top 4, 100%. Great games coming through. We saw amazing highlights from them in the beginning of these pool play matches. And then now coming through, though, it's going to be Team Bots going to the grand finals. And right now, I think they're the team to beat. They're coming off of a flawless game. I just got to emphasize that over and over.
Yeah, 0-30? Like, holy smokes, like that's an absolute crazy one. If I've seen a flawless before, it's never been
as drastic.
Yeah. Like, I've probably seen like an 11-0 before from like pro play somewhere, or I probably watched like North America get destroyed in Worlds or something, in LCS or something like that. I can't remember, but never something that decisive.
This Team Bot squad could come into our collegiate competitions right now and have a positive record. I can completely guarantee it.
I like to see it.
I think that they're a very strong roster. I'm very excited because these are some of the people that are also attending the St. Clair Esports program in the next year, I do believe, on the side of... Or is that Kodiak?
Kodiak does.
Okay, but regardless, strong players, 10 players all in this lobby. Very, very strong players. I'm very excited to actually get to meet myself to some of these players here coming up in the fall. It's going to be a whole new world here, but it's very nice to get some of these high school players coming up here, and I'm loving this system here of just having these more high school leagues. I think it's something that really needs to get implemented more, and I'm happy to be on the mic here tonight covering one.
Absolutely.
Where I sit today, I guess. It's not the evening time right now, but
I know we're used to this being at night, but not quite this time. But honestly, yeah, so far today, it's just been an absolute blast. It's always a pleasure. We did the high school Rocket League thing, I think it was last year.
Yeah, it was right around the same time last year.
Yeah, and then that was a blast. This League of Legends tournament's a blast, and I honestly hope that we do get to see more high school talent across multiple titles. I know you're itching for an FPS, so we'll see. We'll see what happens, but nonetheless, that is not the end of our action here today. We still have grand finals of Idon to Waste, so we're going to have ourselves, I believe, another 10-minute break or so. Double check. About 15 minutes.
13.
Yeah, about 13 minutes to be specific. So yeah, we'll take ourselves a very, very quick break. The grand finals right around the corner. We know it's going to be Team Bots. We'll figure out who their opponent is shortly, and we'll get into the grand finals action.
There's so much to be gained out of gaming, jobs, community, like friendships. It is a beautiful thing, and NASEF is just trying to bring light to that.
Looking for the DBS, looking for low shell, ace, trying high score.
Where it's the internet age. In a certain sense, you kind of have to make your own career, and esports is one of the best places to do that. And the NASEF is one of the best organizations out there for bringing that to young people in a meaningful way.
But now you're kind of a little bit of trouble, and
There's an esports club. It's good to take the opportunity, just have a lot of fun and see what you can do and reach your limits.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to OFSEA here today. It is going to be the grand finals for their League of Legends tournament, and today we got Team Bots versus Team Scion. That is going to be John McRae here, and then I believe the other one is going to be one of these Quebec schools here.
Nope, it's a double John McRae, so no matter what.
Oh, really? They're both from the same school?
They both from the same school. So
oh, my goodness!
So in the grand finals, John McRae, we have learned today here in the OFSEA Provincial Cup, that OFSEA... Or not, excuse me. That John McRae is absolutely cracked at League of Legends.
Apparently.
So first off, congrats on your victory for the school. However, we still have the team battle to actually be done here.
You got to assume that these two teams have played each other before.
I would imagine.
I would gotta assume it, right? I mean, from them both being in grand finals, they're probably two of the more top teams, I'd say, for the side of John McRae. And now coming through with this one, it's going to be, their top two teams are most likely scrimming quite often up against each other. So it's very interesting to see, and they probably know each other's tricks and little things that they want to do.
Yeah, so I would not be surprised if we see a couple unconventional bans coming out for this game coming up, because they may have played something against each other that they don't want to deal with in the past that we may not have necessarily seen on the broadcast yet, but they know that, okay, we can't let them have this anyway.
They don't even need VOD.
Yeah, they just know.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it works out perfect here for both of these two schools, or not both these two schools, the school, it's
right?
John McRae. So yeah, that's huge for John McRae, just knowing that you've locked in a win here for yourself in this one, just knowing that you're guaranteed to come through as a school with a victory and a first and second place finish. So it's very nice to come into this game with that, but I still got to go with my favorite as Team Bots. From just what I've seen, it's just been too strong.
I mean, at the same time, though, the one time that we did see Team Scion, they were absolutely disgusting in their own right, so... yes, we just saw Team Bots pull off the 30 elimination flawless game, but at the same time, I'm not sleeping on this Team Scion squad, as we are going to see some picks going through already here, and for the bans, actually, before we even get there. The Evelyn ban, we've not seen that.
No,
at all.
That's
so
why
this
it makes
must
you think.
Be something.
Yeah, it really does make you think. It must be something that, hey, we've played them before, and Evelyn screwed us. So we're gonna back our way out of that hole before we even get into it here now, with a quick little ban there. Some of these picks coming through here now, as we do see the side of Team Bots getting their third pick through as well. Why don't you break down this select here for us so far? As now we got 6 picks all through.
Oh yeah,
no worries. I got
it's dying a little bit over here apparently. So anyway, yeah. So a couple of the picks coming through. So Tom Kedge. So we saw Team Bots use this fantastically in the last matchup as I'm not aggressive at all. I'm just here to set up the plays and save you from bad ones. And that was big help to what made them flawless. Because every time somebody went low, the Tom just gobbled them up and threw them back into safety. So it was perfect. Sivir, safe pick here coming out as well for the AD carry side of things. And Dr. Mundo, because Alter finally got his Malphite actually banned from him, he has to play something different here in this one. So the Mundo going to be the pick this time by.
It makes me sad. It makes me done. I
just
watch. Found a new champ that I love, and it was so fun to watch, and it's going to get banned out. But for obvious reasons, it had too much value in that last game for the side of Team Bots. It was really just out of this world.
Yeah, because I know you're really, really liking the Nocturne, which unfortunately did get banned out as well. Team Scion would be saying that last game. It's you know what? Nope. We're going to make it so that Steve cannot have that Nocturne. Not this time. And a lot of very targeted bans too. We saw the Victor. Tot was fantastic on the Victor in this entire tournament so far. But in terms of picks, the Darius, the Echo, the Vayne, and the Soraka. First time we're seeing the Soraka and the Echo here in this event, at least on the streaming side of things. Echo able to dive on in, be tanky, but at the same time be bursty, depends on how you build them. And Soraka, she's basically your traditional laid-back healer, which is interesting. And then we do got things up here for the side of Team Bots with the Rise pick, standard Battle Mage, and then the Volibear, which we did see to some effect. Jake had some good games, but I know the last one, unfortunately, just could not really get snowballed ahead. And last but not least, Annie, going to be the pick here for Scion. Saw us to some solid effects in, I believe it was the quarterfinals, where the Annie was able to get ahead, but nobody around her really got ahead either. Or at all. So when she went to go in and do the damage, she unfortunately got bursted. So it's a double protect your carries composition, I do feel because Vayne, very squishy, can be taken out very, very easily. Same thing with the Annie. The
Now-
Soraka's there for the heals, but is that going to be enough?
Yeah, that's a really big question, right? When you play a squishier lineup and a squishier comp, it will actually make you result into having to go over and actually make sure that you have healers, make sure you have players that can support these players that are gushy and to help them out. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Team Bots is very tanky, I believe, right? Like they have a lot of characters that have a lot of health into their name that are very, maybe not as heavy hitting, but they're very slow, very tanky. They're going to play this one very methodical. If they get caught into a trap, they're going to have a hard time exiting out of it. However, if they're caught into a trap, they're probably just going to brawl it out just due to their tanking.
For the most part, you're completely correct, sir. Like Tom Kench, Mundo, very, very tanky, low damage. The Volley Bear, tanky, could be belt sometimes kind of damage based, but oftentimes no, very tanky. The Rise, you give up like traditional burst mage power for innate tankiness, which is pretty good, but each of these characters pretty much have the same problem, which is mobility. And that is where the Sivir is actually going to be coming in greatly, because when you pop her ultimate, it's a battle cry that makes everybody just go supersonic, like extreme like movement speed. So that covers up for a massive weakness, a massive hole in this Team Bots lineup. Sivir herself, not necessarily like the super like hyper carry, but that utility that you carry with that ultimate is oftentimes enough that you can just outlast your opponent. That being said, though, with the Soraka, you're going to be having heals, so they're going to be trying to outlast you at the same time. It's going to be really reliant on, can you use that Sivir ult, pop it, get the Volley Bear, the Mundo, and the Rise to dive in on the Annie, on the Vayne. Can you get those eliminations? And if they dive on Sivir, Tom Kench, please save me. Like, cover us up so we can actually still have damage.
Yeah, Tom Kench is very good for saving people out of these ones, and he's going to be relied on a lot here for the set of Team Bots. And this one, they're going to be the first pick. They're very confident in wanting to take Tom Kench once again. It is going to be this game number 1, and actually our only game, because this is a best-of-1 grand finals. Yeah, OFSEA is going to be very interesting when it does come to that format. I like it, because it's very gritty. Like, it's like, you win or you're done. Like, it's your call, right? So it puts a lot of pressure on these teams, and it really makes them perform the best here in their first initial games. And Team Bots, it's going to be Team Sion looking to square up here in Grand Finals.
And it allows, we kind of talked about it a little bit during the round robin phase of the day, but it also allows for team compositions that aren't cheesy, but might be out of the norm, to say the least. And maybe catch a team by surprise, and if you get it correctly the first time, then that's it. You've got it. So we'll have to see. Game on. This is your OFSEA Provincial Cup Grand Finals. Winner take all here today. Both of these teams have been basically flawless this entire tournament, but someone's line has to end here.
I mean, Team Bots has really been flawless. I mean, they're coming off of a 30-0 win here. I mean, like, that is doesn't got much more momentum based on that. Look at the team stack here right now from the side of Team Bots. They are looking to stack up together and maybe get aggressive towards an angle here early on, but doesn't look like that is going to be the case, as they are splitting up here now, going towards their respective lanes.
Yeah, they're thinking about like maybe making the move, but at the same time, like grouping up like that in this case, Team Sion, if they decided to get aggressive, you can just straight up like protect everybody by doing a brawl as a group of 5. But in this case, nobody going to opt for any sort of invade. And to be honest, this entire tournament we've seen like all teams just being like very respectful of each other's junglers. Like nobody's really rushing in and trying to like hinder them really that badly. So it's been interesting in that regard.
Yeah, it's really good, because I feel like when the collegiate games we cast sometimes, like a lot of people are like, all right, let's just triple dive the jungle and do that. But it's not the case here so far in today's tournament. We might see things change up a little bit more when it does come to strats here in this one. As we were already mentioning, if you're just tuning in, Team Bots and Sion are both from the same school, both from John McRae, both have potential of winning this championship here now. And I mean, it's a lot of, I feel like more than anything for this one, it's now bragging rights. Walking down the halls of your school being like, oh, how's second place feel, buddy? Or something like that, you know what I mean, right? So there's a lot of a lot of emphasis that come with this match here now. But both these teams, they've definitely scrimmed each other before. There's no doubt in my mind that they have not practiced with each other before here. And it really is going to change this whole game, because these players are going to know exactly what they need to do to take down these opponents.
Okay, nice little extra level 2. And this is honestly for the side of Sion, from looking at their like solo queue ranks and whatnot. Right now, Cap is Reformed is the highest ranked person in this lobby. Is actually a Diamond 1. So honestly, like on par with, heck, some of the players that we have here on varsity. However, like, he may have the highest thing, but we've been seen in past matches where Cap would get ahead, and then I like the term that we use behind the scenes, but was basically entry fragging on Twitch, which does not work if you just die over and over again. So it was may have gotten ahead, but got extremely cocky. So now this is grand finals. Like, yes, you have a character that can definitely carry, can definitely perform, but can you keep yourself safe while doing it? We see some solid harass coming out here. Good use of the silver bolts to try and like just keep shredding down that big tank, but as of right now, just shoving this wave right in, and with the level advantage, they're doing pretty solid.
Yeah, they're doing pretty solid here indeed. I mean, Scion, they're off to a good start when it does come to damage being inflicted as well. I mean, look at these two players, both down very, very weak, and a lot more damage being inflicted. We're actually going to see some engagements come through here now, but not a whole lot getting developed from around that tower positioning. It is going to be the top lane that we're actually sent up to here now, as we could see a little bit of an engagement over here as well between those two members, but it doesn't look like anything quite yet. It's just going to be farming up in the meantime, and right now it is going to be a little bit of a stronger farm so far for Scion, but no worries, because there's only, you know, a couple hundred or like $100 separating these two teams.
Yeah, and Team Bots, like, it's going to rely a lot on can they get some jungle help down here, as we already see Sieved is here. No Nocturne this time by, but on the Volley Bear instead. Try and get some vision around this Crab. Gonna get stolen away from him, though, so some decent experience being taken away from him. A little bit of a slower level 5. But they have to be very, very careful not to just senselessly dive Cap and Jitty Johnny here down in this bot lane, because we've seen it earlier that this bot lane duo is completely willing to try and turn a 2v3 into their favor just because of the mechanical skill of Cap.
Yeah, and I think now you got to be a little bit more careful about taking these 2-on-3s and trying to turn them in your favor, because, yeah, you might have that skill gap, you might have that, upper hand over your opponents, but you're going to be playing a little bit stronger of a team here now that you know that you are in grand finals, so you got to watch yourself. It's really important to make sure that you do not overextend. We've been seeing great job from Team Bots. We were talking about it. They had a great opportunity to almost close out the game last time around, but they wanted to play it a little bit more safer and go back and retrieve that Baron and whatnot, and it works out in the end of the day for them, so I'm really looking to see that come through here once again for Team Bots to be very, very exciting, and they're actually to see a little bit of engagement come through for the top lane side. Some damage inflicted, no kills come through as of yet, though.
Yeah, we do see Sieved is down there on the bot lane looking to try and make some assistance of some sort. However, with the lane being as pushed as it is, they're not going to be able to really get a gank on them very easily. And because I think, he did walk over a ward, we do see Seat and Amada right there on the Echo, maybe looking for a counter gank, maybe trying to bait Seeds a little bit. Actually, nope, there they go. If they can land a stun of some sort, this could be trouble. Trash but toxic. It's going to take the brunt of this one. The Ice is pretty hurt as well, but with no real CC to come down, it's going to be safe so far. But here we go. The counter gank coming in. Sieved is here as well. First Blood is going to go over to Tot Knife. Jitty Johnny going down too. You just got the Rise, a double kill to start things off. A fantastic play there from Team Bots, knowing where they needed the pressure, caught them overextending, punished.
Yeah, a great job there from Team Bots. They'll find those 2 initial frags here in this one. I don't even know if they're called frags. Is that a bad thing to do during League of Legends?
If you say it, I know what you mean, but, you know.
All those viewers back at home, though. No, yeah, so the Dragon actually will be coming up here now, though. This is 2 kills to none for the side of Team Bots. The Dragon will also swing into their favor. So now, from the gold lead that was in favor of Scion just moments ago, has now swung in favor of Team Bots. They're up by 900 gold here now. They have the 2 kills to 0, and they have a little bit more map possession with that Dragon buff. We cannot forget about that. So now I'd say the cards are in favor here of Team Bots. They are off to a good start. It's a very slow one, and it's not very dominant. Like, it's nothing crazy, but you're doing a great job here, just putting yourself in a little bit of an advantage over your opponent.
Now, a Rise that ends up getting fed is absolutely brutal to try and deal with in terms of damage, but unlike other mages that we may have seen so far in this broadcast, he's also basically unkillable. He's just so tanky and dishes out so much damage if he can get ahead. And by getting that Rise, getting Dot Knife, so much extra gold to start things off with, it's going to put poor Omar there in the mid lane up for quite the challenge. It might be even in regards to CS, but we can see even CS don't matter when there's the 2 kills there. Like 3.1k compared to the 2.5. So yes, still very early on. That's not going to make for the most gigantic of differences right now, but if that keeps snowballing, that could be a problem.
100%. So the top lane still pretty just back and forth. I mean, nobody's really finding their respective kills quite yet. It's going to be just a little bit of poke and come in, and we see a little bit of engagement here, just similar to that, and then just like that, he's going to fall off. So just getting some damage, falling off, making sure this top lane can't play too aggressive, and honestly, you're doing your job in the top lane. As long as you're just sitting there, the other person can't make it by you, you are doing your job. So good stuff there in that regard, and now a little bit of fights, actually, a little bit of action coming down through the midfield. It is going to be looking like Taut Knife will be finding Omar here now in this one. A lot of damage inflicted, but Taut Knife, he's actually going to be getting ran back on here now, and then the red buff is going to be called in to try to clean up Taut Knife as well, but it's not going to work out, and it does look like, that stun's going to hurt. So this is interesting here, Dan. Anything could happen. We will get that initial kill, and he will get that red buff shortly after, so it will be another cleanup for the side of Team Bots. They will find their third kill, and a little bit more of a gold advantage here now by 1,000, and this is where Team Bots is really starting to find the rhythm.
Do it. He dives in. Sure enough, there's going to be one. Can they end up finding the double here? Seaton Mata comes in clutch. Going to go one more shot. You might end up going down. Nope. Rewinds right back to safety as if you're Tracer from Overwatch. You're out of here nice and safe, and a beautiful cleanup. And now this fight just continues through the top lane as well. Alter nearly going down. Will end up going down. Forrest, we knew he had the aggression in him. We saw it in past matches. And it was like, okay, this is weird. Why is he so quiet? He's being really tame right now. There it is. That was the trigger. Went in, all in on the Mundo, and did get the kill. So a massive swing in momentum and in gold here going over to Team Sion as they just score themselves 3 eliminations in like a minute.
Yeah, they did a really great job of bouncing back in this one. Sion, they were down 3-0, right? They didn't have the buff. They were down by 1,000 gold plus, and now they're bounced back. They've gained the gold advantage for themselves. They're up by 600 here now. The tie on the kills. The only thing they don't really have that the side of Team Bots does have is that dragon buff, but a new dragon should be coming in a minute 45 here now. So that is when we will see potentially the side of Sion get positioned up fairly nicely to even up these buffs.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see the bot lane go back right here, right now. Sure enough, going to be the case. And looking forward to seeing what this Vayne does end up building. It's one of the few characters that I have like at least a rough idea, because like Vayne with her passive, the Silver Bolt, she just does like percentage health damage every time she lands a third attack on the same target. So you don't necessarily have to build damage. You can just build attack speed. And that does seem to be the way they're kind of going here with the Berserker's Greaves and then the bow right away. So not necessarily building damage, just going to be building speed, as well as a little bit of extra lifesteal. So the lifesteal, being able to heal yourself, plus Jitty Johnny right there with the Soraka being able to heal you, and all that should make for a very sustainable, very safe Vayne, as long as you don't get bursted completely. So we'll have to see moving forward, as the dragon fight will probably be getting ready to start getting up here in just a moment, as we do see mid lane, a little bit of a gank.
Yeah, a little bit of a gank towards mid lane here for the side of Sion here, and also it's actually going to be the same thing happening towards this bot lane, but it's just going to be a 2v2, but they got some minions with them, so it is going to get a lot of control now for the side of Sion, making this one closer and closer to the turret of Team Bots. The dragon will now be spawning in 20 seconds. Do we start to see some of our players making our way over towards that midfield? It does look like it.
Yeah, they're going to dive on through. I think that the side of Sion did get out of their AOK, but what about the mid lane? Not quite going to be the case. Beautiful lineup. Save the stun to lock him underneath the turret, and then boom, there's Echo. Beautiful wombo combo coming out here from Omar and Seats, and now this could, in theory, leave this dragon wide open. Received is right there, does have the smite, could try to pull the 50-50. They are the exact same level. Or do they opt for the team fight? Actually, they're backing right off, and it is going to be the dragon getting sent on over to the side of Sion, so each team with one piece.
It's very interesting to see how the game is now compared to what it looked like 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, this was 3-0, a 1,000 gold advantage, a buff, all for Team Bots here. They had everything going for themselves. But now Sion, they've answered back with 4 unanswered kills, a buff, and now regaining the gold advantage only by 500, 600, but from being down 1,000 to then regaining the advantage and putting it in your favor by a few hundred is definitely what you like to see here now. So Sion will start to get a little bit stronger here as a roster, and if you're going to be the side of Team Bots, you guys start getting a little bit more concerned about what the side of Sion can do.
Yeah, and really, like, looking at the lane comparisons when we had the gold graph up there for a second, the only real difference was in the jungle. As of right now, if you look at Sieved, just sitting underneath 4K gold total. That being said, though, if you look at the side of Sion, Seton Tamada there, plus like 5,000 at this point, 5.2, and it's just from being basically Assassin Echo, and it's been playing that like to a T between getting as much gold based off of like minion kills and monster kills, but also making a massive impact in lanes as well, getting his team ahead and basically making it completely unsafe for team bots to sometimes even sit underneath their turret at certain points. So like the big difference to look out for, this Echo could very well still do a ton of damage. Looks like building like relatively damage based, so watch out if you're squishy. Granted, at the same time though, team bots don't have too many squishies.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we were talking about that in the pregame there, but oh my goodness, look at this team fight. That is going to be a kill going in favor of Team Bots here now, as they are going to be looking for more here. A lot of damage is dealt as everyone is hovering towards this turret. They scoop one in.
Wow.
That is going to be a kill there for Katanamana, and that is going to be Omar good for one as well. So 2 kills now going in favor of the side of Sion. 1 will get traded back for Team Bots, putting this now to a 6-5 scoreline here when it does come to the kills, and a tough position there for Team Bots. They did lose that fight there, and it's going to give Sion a lot of map control and a lot of presence.
I mean, that was a little bit messy. It did end up being with 2 for 2 because Seton Tamada, after realizing that there was no going back, just straight up dove onto Yais and did find the elimination there. So at least took them down, and eventually they did find the rise as well. So, like, given the situation, that was probably the best case scenario there for like both teams, really. And this game is dead even as we now have ourselves a little bit of a skirmish up in the top lane.
Yeah, that top lane is going to have an engagement here going for ourselves. It's going to be Sion trying to pull away, but teleporting out of there, that one, it's going to be Sion left for answers here now, as it is going to be Team Bots able to sneak away with their lives, but Team Bots is starting to get concerning for me a little bit here more now. I mean, yes, you got the even health, or sorry, the even gold, which is very, very good to see, but it looks like the side of Sion is just kind of like one step in front of them. Is kind of like the best way to say it for me. It feels like they're reading what the side of Team Bots is going to do, and just Sion is ahead of the curve.
I will agree with you depending on how this next objective setup kind of goes, because I definitely like get how you feel. Like, it still feels like Sion has control, but it's more so just because of like the map positioning and the like the minion positioning right here, right now. This could very well get swung, as we do see Sieved looking for a gag. And that's going to be Ferris put in a very, very rough spot, diving on through. We've seen situations like this before, but unfortunately for Ferris, not going to be able to clutch out of this one. Elimination over to Alter on the Dr. Mundo.
Yep, over 15 minutes through in this game here. Now it's going to be an even game still. I mean, very surprising. I mean, I've thought that, you know, both these teams were still very, very evenly matched coming into this grand finals, and it was going to be a great matchup. However, I did not think it was going to be as back and forth as it currently is, as it's now going to be 6-6 here. But look at that gank. That is going to be a TP out there just trying to make his way alive, but it is going to be so much of this utility coming down, slowed out here, getting chased down from several players. Very, very weak. He could make his way back to the turret, but no, not anymore. That stun will come through. The cleanup is there, and a kill lead will go in favor of the side of Team Bots here now.
Yep, unfortunately just kind of caught in a rough spot, but we do see maybe another gank coming out through the mid lane, as that was going to be Trash but Toxic looking for the dive on into that mid lane. Omar still hanging around. Did they have a stun available? Not quite. One away there. So not going to quite make the play just yet. Faris is down here, and you can see with 25 seconds left to go before this next dragon spawns. This is what is going to be like the trendsetter, I guess the storyteller of sorts here in this game, who can get this next one, because then they'll technically have themselves a little bit of a lead in regards to the objective side of things. But a big teleport coming in here from Tot Knife. They're going to dive on through. Jitty Johnny, the healer, is down.
Wow.
Cap, can you kite for your life? Not this time. You might be good, but unfortunately not quite 1v3 kind of good. Going to be taken down. And now with 2 players gone from the side of Sion, this could very well be a free dragon here for this side of Team Bots. Echo is still here though. Has the smite available. Or is a Volibear. It is in the pit. Yais is going to get instantly like just dunked on there from the side of Seton Tamada, and sure enough, it's going to end up flipping on through. Omar is off to the side. What about the dragon? Is they going to get it? They sure enough are going to take care of this one. So what started off what looked like a solid attempt for the side of Team Bots ended up getting completely flipped on its head, and now Sion got the second dragon.
Yeah, Sion, they do have the second dragon, but the kills are now in favor of the side of Team Bots, and the Team Bots side does have a gold advantage. So it's really, I feel like more about pick your poison right now. Do you want this gold advantage with a little bit of a head start on your opponents when it does come to purchasing your abilities, or do you want this dragon? What's your call, Dan?
Purchasing abilities. I know where you come from, but it's all good. Like, having the gold to be able to get those items just to kind of boost you up. If, like, the dragon successfully being taken for the second time by here does put the threat of a possible, like, Dragon Soul win objective. I know you probably heard me talk about it a couple times throughout the broadcast so far. But being able to just be like 2 dragons away compared to 3 does put a little bit of pressure on in the backgrounds. But yeah, if you can get this gold lead the way that Team Bots has, though, and they're able to pursue it, that's where you start seeing like snowballs pretty consistently happen. But I don't think this gold lead is enough of a gold lead that you can just like constantly go aggressive. Only 1K across the entire team is not that much in terms of statistics on your champions. So like it might as well be an even game, which in that case I would put Sion ahead due to the dragons.
Makes sense, makes sense. So we'll see what happens here now as we do see a little bit of an engagement coming through. It's actually just going to be channeling through the ground. I believe that is going to be some damage dealt. The slow coming through. Some good damage actually will land there. It's going to force the side of Jitty out of the sight, and it is going to now be side of Team Bots with a little bit more map control to work with here. This is inflicting so much damage. That like boomerang type ability there. It's going to fire away a ton of them, taking out the minions. It will get Johnny down super, super weak. And now this is where the push from the side of Team Bots is looking to go. If they can find the first turret here on their side of things, it can really even up the money for themselves to actually swing it back into their favor.
That's going to be the ultimate pop there from Cap. He's going to try and dive on in. Yais is going to pop as well. So it's going to be very fast. Johnny nearly going down to that boomerang. Not quite going to end up falling, though. A big save coming here from Toxic. He's going to keep his teammate alive, and Cap gets absolutely dunked on. Gets perfectly baited. And now the rest of Team Bots came in for the cavalry. Takes it down. They should be able to take this bot turret as well. And then they're not going to lose mid because there's the teleport coming out from Tot Knife. What a play coming out from Team Bots to back up their bot laner. Big save from Trash but Toxic. Somehow getting out with his life as well. And holy smokes, what a play.
Yeah, holy smokes, indeed. Getting out this life is a major factor here now. And now you have a little bit more of a gold advantage for yourself if you are from the side of Team Bots here now as well. Of course, those kills. And you got 2 turrets to your name, which is very, very nice to see as well. So it is going to be a fairly good sight here. We do have another dragon coming in 2 minutes. And then what one of these is the Baron again here, Dan?
Yeah, so it'd be the purple one. We do have Baron Nashor is here just past that 20-minute mark. So the production doesn't roast me next time by. But yes, it is past the 20-minute mark. But might be too early to still try to think about that unless you can somehow sneak yourself an ace and then all in onto it. But you probably won't see that come into play, at least as of yet. Probably still just going to be based around your red and blue buffs and then the dragon when the time comes. But we'll have to see. The only turrets down are the red side middle and the red side bot. So top turret's still there. And looking at the blue side, I guess there's the blue side top gone as well. So some turrets are taken off the board, still keeping things relatively even. But if the red team are able to get those first 2... turrets in the mid and bot lane, this game is basically evened up on gold.
Yeah, it all comes down to just like one good play, and we're back to an even game. That's literally all it takes right now for Sion. But here's the thing: one good play for Team Bots, and this game spirals out of control. So there's really a tough way of looking at this one. You're in an awkward situation right now if you're Sion too. You know, you need a big play to put yourself back into things, but you also don't want to risk that big play because if you lose it, I mean, that is very, very concerning here. So we do see a little bit of an engagement come down here. Now it's going to be some more damage still getting inflicted from the side of Team Bots, and immediately it's going to force Johnny right back on here now, not able to get that full complete farm.
And we can see Cap wants to get aggressive because he knows he's got the mechanical skill, but his mechanical skill is getting baited by this Team Bot squad, basically. They know he wants to go in, so they make it seem like it's a favorable fight, like maybe a 2-on-2 or like even a 1-on-2 at times. And then all of a sudden, there's the rest of the team, and he gets himself caught. Cap, we've seen this in the Twitch game as well, just needs the trust that his teammates are going to be there to tank for him. Granted, the only one who's really tanky is going to be Forest, but you have your supports, you have your other damage dealers as well. Stand behind them. Don't be an entry fragger when you can be the cleanup crew.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So here we are. It looks like we could see a
we go.
big team fight coming through, and the stuns are landing. Several players now airborne here for this side of Team Bots. That is going to be a couple kills coming through. It is all going to be 3-4 down here right now for Team Bots. Only one player remains. It is going to be Alter trying to sneak away with his life, but it is not going to be easy. A lot of damage is getting dealt down, and he looks like he will be able to successfully make it out. But no worries, because now look, Sion, they can grab the Dragon. They found 4 kills. They've immediately put themselves back into this game, and now with that Dragon, this is scary, Dan, because they got 3 of them here.
Yeah, they got the 3 dragons, and that entire team fight all came down to the fact that Sion they just hit the gas right at the right possible opportunity. It was a 5-on-4 in their favor. Alter was still coming down from the top lane, was getting a flank on the rest of the team, but before he could get there, the engagement already started, and all of his teammates were basically eliminated before he even got into the team fight. That big tanky body that could be covering for Yizd and Totknife and the rest of the squad was not quite there, and it didn't really cost them. That being said, though, it looks like they're going to be able to at least get a return kill of some sort here. Trash with Toxic going to be able to pick that one up in his own regard, so a little bit of extra gold back into the pocket there, but it is extremely scary now with a team fight that went that decisively, and now you're sitting on like Dragon Soul Point in 4 minutes. That is rough.
Yeah, it is rough indeed. It's making things very, very scary if you are from the side of Team Bots here. But this is still anybody's game,
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
I mean, this is still a very, very close one. It's just the buffs are really big buff for Sion right now. It's really going to help them out in the long run of this one. So we do see everybody respawning back into the lobby here, and we are going to have a full 5-on-5 back in format here as we're approaching this 25-minute mark. And we're nearing the end, not the end of the game, where it starts to get really interesting, where these team fights start to come through a lot more frequently, and where things start to get a lot more gritty. So the Baron is getting spotted out here, and it's kind of getting scouted is my kind of term for it here right now. They're just trying to see what's good with it, and if they can actually go in and start it.
Yeah, the Farmville phase is basically over, so just a little bit more objective focused at this point in time. Again, now with these teams both being a little bit more well off in regards to the items they have, the littlest advantage could very well turn into Baron when the time comes, but you still need an advantage of some sort. To try and just sneak it would be absolutely risky. But we do see the side of Team Bots going up to that top lane, going to secure themselves that tower, so good job in that regards. All Tier 1 turrets are gone across this entire game. So nicely done from both teams there. Yep, that's definitely a thing as well. I'm looking into this this matchup, like especially with the top lane side of things. It was just pointed out. Alter compared to Faris. Faris has a more like in-your-face, I want to brawl kind of build. With Alter, has a little bit more of an objective-focused kind of build. And because he has that teleport summoner spell and Faris does not, Mundo doesn't necessarily have to be at the fight when it starts. He can just push that bottom lane. Like we see, he's killing off the minions, he's pushing it off. If the rest of his team want to go somewhere else and do something, it's completely a-okay as long as there's a ward or something nearby, because he could just teleport onto it as long as he's fast enough, and a situation like the last fight doesn't happen, where by the time he got there, everybody was already dead.
Yeah, so 25 kills into this game here, and it's a pretty even one. I mean, we got 3 towers down from each of these teams, 3 turrets down from each of these teams, and then we do have the same amount of gold for each of these teams pretty much here right now, and the only thing that's different is still these dragons. These dragons are always in the back of my mind that the Baron has been activated, and it is going to be Team Bots that are looking to steal it. If they can find the Baron, that'll put them at a severe advantage here now, I feel like, over the team of Sion.
Oh my god, they just sent it. We're going to see Siege is right there, does have the smite up. Both teams have their smite up. It is going to be secured, not even by the jungler. It's going to be Totknife that takes care of it. But the next engage is on the way. Siege is not going to be long for this world. That's going to be Cap that takes care of that one. The fight continues on. Trash with Toxic, going to get chopped. That's going to be the second one going over to Cap. So granted, yes, Team Bots did manage to get themselves the Baron, but at what cost? They're losing everybody for the most part here. They did end up with 2 eliminations, maybe a third. Yizd is not going to be long for this world. First, that's going to be Spell Shield, but you are no match for the axe. Nefarious going to take care of that one, so a little bit of a trade. They all end on the Baron. Granted, they got it, but they instantly could not convert off of it and lose the buff.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, right? Like, yeah, you get that Baron, but like,
this is actually really
cost?
bad. This is actually really bad now too. With so many members down, Dragon is up in 15 seconds. If Scion really wanted to, they can back up right now and take the Dragon before Team Bots get themselves the opportunity to recuperate.
They
would get, yeah, they're setting up too. They could absolutely get that Dragon Soul before Team Bots can do anything.
Yeah, if they get that Dragon Soul, that's going to be now 4 for themselves. They don't have the Baron, but 4 Dragons, would you say, like, is it kind of equal? Like, what would you prefer, a Baron or 4 Dragons?
I'd take the 4 Dragons because that buff doesn't expire.
True. That is very, very true. The Baron is only a limited amount of time here now, right? So,
oh, they're going to fight. Oh, never mind. That was an escape. But there it is. There it goes. 4th Dragon on there, and that is going to be the buff going over towards the side of Scion. They're going to have that for the entire game.
Yeah, no, that buff... What does it actually completely entail again here, just for anybody just tuning in at home or anybody just learning League here now? You know, the goal is to get the 4 Dragons. Obviously, any single Dragon each have its own individual buff, but when you group up 4 together, it has more of like a super buff. What does that entail?
It depends on what kind of soul we got too, and in this case here, it ended up being the blue Dragon Soul. So you remember how we were saying that this composition from the side of Scion, like, because they have healers and whatnot, they might be able to out-sustain if they can keep it safe. So this buff is going to do that tenfold. It also gives you regeneration towards, I believe it's your mana and your health. I could be corrected on this one. But it's going to make it so that the longer these team fights go, it just feels like you're not going to be able to kill Scion. So while being a more defensive buff, it does benefit like having these fights in the long run, and then being able to have a healer like Jitty Johnny there as well. It's just gonna make it so tough to actually like one-on-one some of these members.
Yeah, the regen is definitely going to be very, very big here now, as we still do see a lot of these main turrets are still up, though. That's what it's very interesting. Like, we have not made much progress despite being 30 minutes in. Do you think that this one is going to go for a very much aspect that you know, we're going to get to, like, you know, a certain point in the game where right now, like I was saying, there's still lots of turrets up for this team of Scion, but do you think it's going to get to a point in the game where the switch just flips and it's like all the turrets will just vanish in a matter of seconds?
It just takes one fight at this point here. I think this game could be won based off of just 2 team fights. One team fight is going to breach right into the inhibitor and like the inhibitor turret and get the inhibitor itself, and then the next one would seal the deal. That being said, though, if these team fights are not decisive, if it's just back and forth in trades, this could very well be like a ping pong match for a little while. So we'll have to see moving forward. But if Scion plays their cards right, I feel like they can take this one in 2 more. That being said, there's only like a 600 gold difference, so it's going to be basically an even 5-on-5 fight, with the only real outlier being that Dragon Soul.
Yeah, the Dragon Soul, though, as much as it's the only outlier, it's a big outlier. Like, it's definitely one that you got to keep an eye on. So here we go. We actually do see more dragons coming up, I believe, now in 3 minutes and 20 seconds or so. And it is going to be the side of Scion doing some poke here now, but realizing there's 4 players here. This is a dive. It is going to be the side of Team Bots coming in, making a commitment. That is going to be Jitty Johnny going down as the first kill coming through. And there's 1 traded right back, as it is going to be 2 members now falling from the side of Team Bots. This is getting very scary. 3 will fall. Scion will find 4 here on the side of Team Bots. This is looking beautiful to close this game out.
Yeah, that was some big damage, and that was decisive enough that this is at least going to be an inhibitor at this point here. Dr. Mundo, again, was not a part of that fight in the slightest. Had teleported out, but still could not find a way to get into that one. We're going to get one. Going to get the inhibitor as well. There is still some pretty long death timers here. Siege is going to be the first one into the game. Do they opt to try and go for more? We'll have to see moving forward here. They do have the regeneration from this Dragon Soul that is going to allow them to get there, and they have the ultimate from Soraka if they need some last-second healing from like downtown. It does not matter. So the 2 Nexus turrets are going down. We're right on the doorstep. The Provincial Cup Championships are on the line, and Nefarious is going to open things up with a fantastic frag. The Nexus is halfway down, and as of that, that is going to be Scion as your OFSEA Provincial Cup champions.
Scion coming through and making this game look very, very nice. It all started with those dragon buffs there, and one big team fight win is all it takes. We were talking about it. You were like, yeah, 2 team fights might be able to do it, but no, not even that. Just one.
It's like 1.5,
this game out. Yeah, 1.5, and they were able to close it out as soon as they were. I think it was a really bold call when as soon as they got down the Nexus there, or the inhibitors, when they wanted to go for the Nexus, it was a very big debate. I feel like mentally for them right there, it was a debate that you only have 5 seconds to think about, but it works out. They go for the commitment, and it works out. It is going to be Scion taking this one. They will be taking the game 1-0, and that is going to be the whole series. They're going to be your OFSEA champions here today, your League of Legends OFSEA champions. It is a very nice title to be holding for yourself. And like I was saying, both these teams being at the same school, John McRae, that's a lot of bragging rights.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's a win for John McRae to begin with, right? So, nonetheless, you finished 1-2 on the season. That is absolutely amazing. But for Scion specifically, I mean for both these teams, to be honest, they've played a fantastic series, a fantastic tournament. But Scion, just at the end, had a couple clutch moments and a good couple, strategic moments too. They played their offense at the right opportunities to not only capitalize on just the one team fight, but on the objectives. When they dove on in and got some eliminations, they got turrets. They got some eliminations, they got the dragon. They got the Baron. They found their opportunities. Or even when they didn't get the Baron, they punished the team bots hard enough to warrant the trade, basically. So they just absolutely did exactly what they needed to do, and a fantastic job in their right.
Yeah, Scion did a great job here. I cannot wait to see a lot of these students actually come in to compete maybe at St. Clair here as they do graduate through high school. A lot of these students are in grade 11 and 12, so they're approaching their senior years and they are looking to make their way onto new ventures in the esports direction. And I'm very excited to follow your guys' paths here now. This is a great tournament today. Very, very strong players. I'm very excited to see how you guys go and continue here. And not just the scholastic or the high school League of Legends level, but more the collegiate level too. I'm very, very excited to see if we do see some of these players returning.
I mean, a couple of these players are grade 12 on the graduating side of things, right? So whether it be varsity for teams for themselves, or maybe looking towards an academy similar to what we have here at St. Clair, just continuing something, even an esports club, alongside the collegiate side of things. We're happy that high schools are also just getting on board like this. And one thing that I did want to actually shout out is for any other schools out there that might be thinking about getting into the scholastic esports space here in Ontario, that OFSEA.org, I believe, is the website. They have an opportunity to sign up and get your school involved, and how to get your school involved in leagues like this one. So to bring esports to the high school level and just have opportunities like this. People that I know we're stereotyped as the people who kind of like to be quiet and keep to themselves or something. It's just that's not quite the case. We've just never had the right outlet. So give your high school that outlet with some high school esports.
Hey man, video game players can get pretty loud and rowdy sometimes if you give them the right assets.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, but that was once again, congratulations here to Scion tonight for John McRae. They played a very well game. If you're going to be from Team Bots here, though, you cannot be beating yourself down too bad. It was a very good game in that series. If this was a best of 5, it could go anyway. If this was a best of 3, it could go anyway. I could see this side of Team Bots definitely picking up a map or two.
You can tell the nerves kind of got on right around that Baron play. Because we were looking at the gold. I know we were talking about it a ton, but it was really emphasized in this last game because they didn't get towards the mid portion of that game. It was maybe a 1,000 gold gap at most, which is absolutely nothing. It was so even, and you can tell that the side of Team Bots, it's wait, they're closer to the bottom side. Can we rush this? Can we rush this? And yes, they got it, but what did it cost you? It cost you basically everything. And then one last unfortunate team fight did not quite go in their favor, and it just kind of snowballed out of control. This very well could have gone a different way, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Scion out of John McRae that are going to clutch up and make all the right decisions and get themselves a victory.
Yeah, and they are definitely very, very deserving of it. But it was a long day of us for League of Legends here, Dan. So it is going to be us slowly wrapping things up for this evening. What else do you got to talk about here for anything?
Just want to give a big thank you, of course, to OFSEA for having this opportunity, allowing us to broadcast this and show off the high school esports scene. It's something that I want to definitely take a much more deeper dive into, maybe going over the summer and something more league, maybe some Rocket League.
Yeah, I'd love to check out some more high school divisions and high school leagues like that. It always makes you want to go back and implement something in the high school that you came from as well and whatnot. But
it just takes one teacher, though. There needs to be somebody on board, and if you're that person, there was a website listed before. It was OFSEA.org. go there and look how you can get esports into your high school.
Exactly the case. But with that being said, we are going to be signing off here for this evening, I do believe. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. My name was Jackson the Pride Brown, joined alongside Dan Banner. Quick shout out to Kaylee Jappy as well, who was on the mic with us beforehand before she had to run. But it was a very good day here. We had a lot of League of Legends gameplay coming through. And thank you to Fresh, of course. He's waving at me. He wants a shout out.
Well,
right, Fresh is of course.
The people in the production don't get any love.
And I know. The director's always behind the scenes. Not enough love. But thank you to Fresh as well. He's been here all day, in and out. He's one of the League of Legends players for the side of St. Clair's collegiate program as well. So nice to have him on the production side of things today, helping out with one of our League of Legends events for a high school program.
Absolutely.
It's very nice to see. But like I was saying, thank you to our production crew for today. Thank you to everybody who tuned into the stream. We had a very good numbers and a lot of supportive chatters. So thank you guys so much for coming and stopping by. But my name, Jackson the Pride Brown, joined alongside Dan Banner, and we'll catch you guys all on the next one.
Got the championship video.
There's so much to be gained out of gaming, jobs, community, like friendships. It is a beautiful thing, and NASEF is just trying to bring light to that.
Looking for the DBS, looking for low down, ace, right high school.
Where it's the internet age. In a certain sense, you kind of have to make your own career, and esports is one of the best places to do that. And the NASEF is one of the best organizations out there for bringing that to young people in a meaningful way.
Jacob, and now you're kind of a little bit of trouble, and
There's an esports club. It's good to take the opportunity, just have a lot of fun and see what you can do and reach your limits.